on the color of their skin, their national origin, where they're from, is absolutely sickening. No sitting president has ever done this. Never, never, never. No Republican president has done this. No Democratic president. We have racists, and they've existed. They've tried to get elected president. He's the first one that has. And the way he pits people against one another is all designed to divide the country, divide people, not put them together.
If Haiti, a god-awful thing to say, if Haiti just quietly sunk into the Caribbean or rose up 300 feet, it wouldn't matter a whole lot.
We have this notion that somehow if you're poor, you cannot do it. Poor kids are just as bright and just as talented as white kids. Wealthy kids, black kids, Asian kids. No, I really mean it, but think how we think about it.
Lobbyists aren't bad people. Special interest groups are not bad people. But guess what? They're corrosive. People who accept the money from them aren't bad people, but it's human nature. You go out, Lynn, and bundle $250,000 for me, all legal, and then you call me after I'm elected and say, Joe, I'd like to come and talk to you about something. You didn't buy me, but it's human nature. You helped me. I'm going to say, sure, Lynn, come on in.
Now is the time to heed the timeless advice from Teddy Roosevelt. Speak softly and carry a big stick. End of quote. I promise you, the president has that big stick. I promise you. This election year, the choice is clear. One man stands ready to deliver change we desperately need. A man I'm proud to call my friend. A man who will be the next president of the United States, Barack America. Corn Pop was a bad dude, and he ran a bunch of bad boys. And I did, and back in those days, you sure how things had changed. One of the things you had to use, if you used pomade in your hair, you had to wear a baby cap. And he cut off a 6-foot length of chain, he folded up, he said, you walk out with that chain. And you walk to the car and say, you may cut me, man, but I'm gonna wrap this chain around your head. So I walked out with the chain. And I walked up to my car. And those days used to remember the straight race. You'd bang them on the curb, get them rusty, put them in a rain barrel, get them rusty. And it get hot. I got hairy legs that turn blonde in the sun. And the kids used to come up and reach in the pool and rub my leg down so it was straight, and then watch the hair come back up again. They'd look at it. So I learned about roaches. I learned about kids jumping on my lap. And I've loved kids jumping on my lap.
The fact is that what happens now is that we, in fact, have to fundamentally change the culture of how women are treated. No man has a right to raise a hand to a woman in anger other than in self-defense, and that's rarely ever occurs. And so we have to just change the culture, period, and keep punching at it and punching at it and punching at it. That saved billions of gallons of gasoline. I mean, billions of $2.3 billion worth of, $500 billion in savings and 2-point-something billion metric tons of CO2 going in the air.
Tackle the number one job facing the middle class, and it happens to be, as Barack says, a three-letter word: jobs. J-O-B-S.
The younger generation now tells me how tough things are. Give me a break. We can speak out and be more straightforward. I'm not going to be a mule. I got something to do. I got to go do boom, boom, boom.
Hillary Clinton is as qualified or more qualified than I am to be Vice President of the United States of America. Let's get that straight. And quite frankly, it might have been a better pick than me.
I went to the big guys for the money. I was ready to prostitute myself in the manner in which I talk about it. But what happened was they said, come back in your 40s, son.
Play the radio. Make sure the television, make sure you have the record player on at night.
Well, folks, eliminate one tax loophole out of $1.6 trillion worth, $1.4 trillion worth. Out of $1.4 billion, $1.4 billion. It's hard to even say it so much.
You cannot go to a 7-Eleven or a Dunkin' Donuts unless you have a slight Indian accent.
going nuts.
Let him go. Let him go. Look, the reason I'm running is because I've been around a long time and I know more than most people know. And I can get things done. That's why I'm running. And you want to check my shape line, let's do push-ups together, man. Let's run. Let's do whatever you want to do. Damn liar, man. That's not true.
I think I probably have a much higher IQ than you do, I suspect, and I'd be delighted to sit down and compare my IQ to yours if you'd like, Frank.
And by the way, it's cost a lot of money. It cost about $740 billion over 10 years.
Will you ever run for political office again?
No.
I know I'm called middle class Joe. It's not meant as a compliment, means I'm not sophisticated. We choose unity over division. We choose science over fiction. We choose truth over fact.
Senator Biden, words have in the past gotten you in trouble. Words that were borrowed and words that some found hateful. An editorial in the Los Angeles Times said, in addition to his uncontrolled verbosity, Biden is a gaffe machine. Can you reassure your voters in this country that you would have the discipline you would need on the world stage, Senator?
Yes. My name is Joe Biden, and I love ice cream. What President Trump has done in going his spreading of racism, the way he deals with color of their skin, their national origin, where they're from, is absolutely sickening. sitting president has ever done this. Never, never, never. No Republican president has done this. No Democratic president. We've had racists, and they've existed, they've tried to get elected president. He's the first one that has. And the way he pits people against one another is all designed to divide the country, divide people, not put them together.
If Haiti, a god-awful thing to say, if Haiti just quietly sunk into the Caribbean or rose up 300 feet, it wouldn't matter a whole lot. We have this notion that somehow if you're poor, you cannot do it. Poor kids are just as bright and just as talented as white kids. Wealthy kids, black kids, Asian kids. No, I really mean it, but think how we think about it. Lobbyists aren't bad people. Special interest groups are not bad people. But guess what? They're corrosive. People who accept the money from them aren't bad people. But it's human nature. You go out, Lynn, and bundle $250,000 for me, all legal, and then you call me after I'm elected and say, Joe, I'd like to come and talk to you about something. You didn't buy me, but it's human nature. You helped me. I'm going to say, sure, Lynn, come on in. Now is the time to heed the timeless advice from Teddy Roosevelt. Speak softly and carry a big stick. End of quote. I promise you, the president has a big stick. I promise you. Election year, the choice is clear. One man stands ready to deliver change we desperately need. A man I'm proud to call my friend. A man who will be the next president of the United States, Barack America. That saves billions of gallons of gasoline. I mean, billions of $2.3 billion worth of, $500 billion in savings and 2-point-something billion metric tons of CO2 going in the air.
Hello. You know what I was thinking? I was thinking this yesterday. I do think that one of, like, the only miss in terms of, like, I guess Chinese cuisine is hot water instead of cold water. Like, I feel like that's a crazy... Like, I can appreciate some hot water if I, like, need it for my throat. But otherwise, it's just, like... Ice cold water is so good, bro. That's the one part of white culture that should be celebrated is ice cold water at, like, 3 a.m. And I don't think white people can claim that. I think that's a bit too universal. Anyway, how are you all doing? Queen of the Prairie, thank you. Chelsea Victory, thank you for the gift sub. I believe that's it. No, Line God Owner, as well as Agnes. Thank you, everyone. Hot water is unhealthy. There you go. Check out room temperature. Oh, water? No, well, you gotta go, like, that's the worst one. You gotta make up your fucking mind. Do you know what I mean? That's substantially worse. I'm very hungover today. I am gay! Which is why I was so late. I'm sorry. Good luck golf. Thank you. So 20th birthday, will you do your elderly? It's over. Your life is over, actually. You should enjoy it while it lasted. Maybe you didn't. You know, youth is wasted on the youth, of course. But it's basically over now on your unc. Or auntie. I think unc is, like, gender neutral to me. I guess not that it's up to me. I feel like we do have such a fundamentally young culture that you don't realize that, like, I feel like those, maybe I'm biased because that's the year I transition, but, like, those years are, like, the worst. I feel like it starts to get better. Like, the longer I've lived, the better my life has been. Like, sometimes I think, like, oh, wouldn't it have been so cool if I did this decision when I was 18 or whatever. It's like, I didn't have a, you know, this is pseudoscience, but, like, you know what I mean? I didn't have a fully developed frontal cortex. Like, I was a dumbass. I was never going to decide to do that. Youth truly is wasted on the young. It really makes you think.
I'm gay.
Queen of the Prairie, thank you. Thank you for the gift sub. I feel like I'm emotionally... My trick to aging now is that I get used to being the year older than me, like in the middle of the previous year. So, like, mentally now I'm accepting that I'm 28. It worked really well for 27. Because I was like, I'm already 27 when I was 26. And I think I'll just keep doing that until I die. And it should probably be fine. I feel like I was emotionally frozen. I'd like, not emotionally frozen, but it feels like I'm 23. And that was the last year I aged. I think that's probably based on the year where you're like, well, that's enough. That's enough of that. We can stop doing this aging thing. That's the year where that happens. Can't remember who said this. Unless you become famous, in which case the year you become famous is when you are mentally stuck out for the rest of your life. Which is a very funny concept. Which explains all of... I mean, I guess... Is hating on Justin Bieber... Like, I feel like it's hit like a renaissance in the past half a decade. Where it's no longer what it used to be. Like, it's acceptable to do it now, and it's not cliche anymore. Because, you know, like, when you're, like, 13... Well, when I'm 13, age reveal, it's not clocking to you that I'm setting on business. That video is so funny because that isn't Justin Bieber, but it is. Like, that's him. That is his career in the past, like, probably decade. He is such a, like, if you don't have the eyes to see it, you wouldn't understand, but he's so aggressively a Southern Ontario boy. Like, it's so absurd. It's the same with, like, how... Does anyone know who Tate McRae is? Like, that woman has Alberta face. Like, I knew she was from Alberta before I actually knew that she was from Alberta. Like, she is the most Albertan-looking woman I've ever seen. And she's very beautiful, you know, like, Tate McRib. That is a good explanation of her. I don't think I've ever heard a song by hers that I cared about. But We have bad cultural exports. Yes, here we go. This is like the most Albertan looking woman I've ever seen in my life. Possibly. You know, it's like Mormon face. Like Alberta has like an equivalent. No, let's not use the M word. What is this, fucking Twitter? I tried to log. I'm trying to I'm trying to leave Twitter, and my chat follows me. Is that Addison Rae? Isn't Addison Rae also Canadian?
Is that
Maybe I'm wrong about this. TG, thank you. No, she's American. No, she's like Louisiana. Okay. Like if someone told me Addison Rae was Quebecois, I would be like, yeah, sure. That sounds right. You know what I mean? Maybe that one's a deeper cut, culturally speaking. Also, if you have an Amazon Prime account, you can connect it to a Twitch account and get a free subscription. You can use on me. French connection? Is she French? Is that what I... I feel like she... Delia Core, thank you. As well as Faux Quaker and Sam Hanwich. Alright, let's do a hype train.
I am gay.
If you'd like to subscribe, we have lots of cool emotes. I canceled Prime and Spotify. Am I better than everyone? I think that's how that works. I don't know. I always see like consumer boycotts are always such like a tepid thing. I think everyone is so online that we've convinced ourselves that online is politics, and it's like, at least when you're online, it's like a faux pas to point that out now. I mean, it's a similar thing. People, not to make the stream again about me talking about people being mad at me, but people got very mad at me for not caring for Blue Sky. And a lot of the responses from people on Blue Sky was literally like, it's praxis that I'm here and not on Twitter. Like that is supporting the like still pretty bad company, but obviously, you know, it's when you're comparing yourself to the website that has produced like a mass AI revenge porn machine, like the bar is pretty low. But it's hard for people to realize how that is just like a very liberal way of viewing politics and political action. Azufleet, thank you. And it seems like with Blue Sky doesn't like, they're like, yeah, we are liberal, so I guess there isn't. Maybe that's a part of why Blue Sky is so liberal, is that it's like people who think like, I don't know. It's fair, like, I don't want to make it sound like it's bad to be on Blue Sky, because like, fair enough. I'm not hating on that. I don't think that that's a bad decision. To prefer that culture to Twitter, that's totally fair. Blue Sky is Weenie Hut Jr.? I think so. Tumblr, Twitter. I mean, I talked about this before. The fact that, what was that lady? Like, people getting really mad at her for saying that it was weird to make a mod of Animal Crossing, is it? Where Isabelle has tits. You can see. They were like, this is furry phobia. It's basically like libs of TikTok. TSC doll, thank you. As well as BSF. I was talking to one of my friends about this, and he was like, well, you just need to like block people liberally. And I feel like I make enough people mad that like I can't do that. Maybe I'm thinking, is that too highly of myself? I don't think that that's how that works. I don't think that's the right terminology. But like, even if blocking on Twitter worked, like I couldn't block my way out of people being annoying. You can do it? Well, that's what I'm saying is you can do it, chatter. I don't know if I can do it. I don't know if I could do it to a level that is tolerable. Especially given the fact that on Blue Sky, the people who are annoying me and you cause me discomfort also follow me. It's like people who love, it's like the liberal wing of people who love the QA podcast. The block is really good. I'm not doubting that blocking works. I'm sure it does. Alright, 40 seconds left if you'd like to contribute.
I am gay!
Syntico, thank you. Our designated Hassan isn't streaming Sunday stream. We love to see it, folks, don't we? Jason, thank you.
I am gay!
Did you not stream yesterday? Wow. I need to put alerts on his stream just specifically. Well, I'm gonna turn off the heat in my room. It's hot. Specifically so I can steal. Nobody was on yesterday? Is there a reason for that? Was it like down? Was it a boycott thing? I never keep track of. I'm done with Blue Sky on Twitter for like a little while now. I need to find like a I need to find a new discovery mechanism. Maybe just take it easy for a little bit. That's probably ideal. Why do Toronto youngins talk that way? The thing you have to understand about about Toronto lingo is that it's like they're all doing a bit. Like not quite, but like when you see like an Instagram video or whatever, and someone's talking in a ridiculous voice, like they're in on the joke. Like they think it's funny, that everyone else thinks it's funny.
I am gay!
Like, Rogue Sky, thank you. Wow, speaking of. Do you guys remember that, the like, Wagwan Delilah? That song is so funny. It's so funny that was Drake's response to, like, the song of the summer calling him a pedophile. The section where he's just like quickly listing off all the different banking options available in Ontario. That's culture. Honestly, that's culture. Yes, the Kenichiwa Wagwan guy is awesome. Can we play my teas? Listen to that song? I can only dream. That was Drake's declaration of victory. That was his victory lap. I can't imagine Drake ever producing anything of value ever again. I think that probably just ruined him. Like if he would have channeled that into some good music, it already would have happened already. Like he's had another release, hasn't he? All of his releases have been so forgettable. Honestly, it's since Views. Views was not a good album. Views had a couple good songs, but it was not like... I think Drake got too big, which made him too comfortable, and he's just like, I'm gonna put out slop. What did he release recently? Let me check. I didn't even hear about this. Some sexy songs for you, Youch. And it's got a $sign for the S's. It's a P&D album, okay. Okay. I feel like I haven't checked up on what Party Next Door has been doing in the past, like, 7 years. Drake needs to do the thing, like, Kanye started doing this when he's, like, creative juices kind of stopped. Cyberpunk is here, thank you. Where he would, I mean, I guess he's kind of always done this. since like T-Pain, I mean, in recent, yeah, he needs to go now. So yeah, recent Kanye doesn't count because that's like they abducted him or something. I don't know. He's completely cooked artistically. Gremlins too, thank you for the 5. Where he would just like jack a certain artist style, like 808's Kid Cudi, you know. The graduation, Summer Graduation, like T-Pain. Yeezus was Travis Scott. Like he just needs to start. If Drake did that, maybe he would have prolonged having music that was like worth talking about in any way whatsoever. Alright, thank you for the hype train, everybody. Much appreciated. Yeezus was Death Grips? No. I mean, kind of. But, it was literally, like, Travis Scott helped produce it. You've convinced me I'm going undercover as an ICE agent. Interesting. I think there is some guy out there who's, like, signed up as an ICE agent, and he's like, listen, guys. They don't even know. They don't even know I hate them. I'm collecting vital information. I mean, it's probably so easy to become an ICE agent. That is something I was surprised about is honestly how desperate they are for ICE agents. Like, I would have honestly thought my expectation of the American people, you wouldn't have had to have all these economic benefits to become an ICE agent. It would have been like, we're going to give you shit pay, and enough Americans would have just signed up. Oh yeah, you don't. What is that clip? They're laughing. It's like that clip. This is this ICE agent to me.
I caught up with Chelsea and Michael, who were jogging by and were nice to just stop for a quick second. And I said, what are you doing running? And you're saying it was really good out?
It's the perfect texture for running. Very low impact on its dry snow, so your feet don't get wet.
What have you seen while you've been out running?
It's been a lot of fun. There's a lot of other runners and more skiers than runners for sure. I think they've got a little bit of the advantage with the whole stride and glide thing, but it's too nice to not be out here.
Keep on the run. I'm sorry to have kept you, but I appreciate you guys talking with us.
Stay warm.
All right, thanks. We've seen a lot of people out here, like you said, running, sledding, just enjoying it. One thing, oops.
Such a classic video. I do feel like being a white person from Vancouver, like that person exists inside you at all time, and your most important job is to suppress it. It's to not be like, oh, it's icy, it's the perfect texture for. Actually did look quite bad. It's very easy to fuck up your back. You do not want to run when it's icy. Yes, but ice versus ice. That's very funny. Oh. Oh, he's like, he's gonna walk it off. Yeah. I do wonder, like, because I do think that killing of Renee Good has mobilized more people in Minneapolis specifically against ICE. I wonder if that's the case in other cities as well. Oh, this is another thing to talk about. I was gonna make Twitter discourse about this, but I'm like, I need to stay far away from any posting website for a little while. I feel like it's hard for people to understand why the right relishes the murder of Renee Good so much. Like, because they're like, you know, it's like, oh, but she's white, you know, it doesn't make... But like, again, as I said before, most men hate women. A majority of men have a hatred for women. People were saying, like, oh, I think it's actually, like, it's a more ambivalent... No, it's a hatred. Like, it is an active, animating, violent force. Gender is very important for like fascist politics. Seattle Surf, thank you. And like that is really all that you need to know, all you need to understand in terms of the right's reaction to this was like, I bet she was a fucking bitch, like I hate her. it's why like a lot of like leftists have a pretty incomplete analysis of power, because they're like, well, feminist, unless you're like a Nazi guy, like you don't really hate women. I mean, in this case, I guess all these people are Nazis anyways. But or at the very least that they don't realize the extent to which gendered violence and gender relations are an animating force in fascist politics. I think that in terms of an analysis, people are like maybe more, at least ostensibly, aware of like racial animus being an animating force. Although the people who can't consider gender are probably not doing a very good analysis, especially to the right, of like how that relates to racial politics anyways. But yeah, like quite a bit of the reason why right-wing men especially get up in the morning and they act in society to make it like a more act in society to produce a version of society that they would prefer is, I can't remember how I started that sentence, is related to their hatred of women and their desire to subjugate women, and a resentment towards the small, like admittedly fairly small component of the feminist movement in like the 70s that has actually won anything for women, because like the feminist movement has been quite a colossal failure, and there was a large decades-long regression from a lot of the feminist wins of early waves of feminism that like people don't really understand or process. They just think like this is the like, oh, feminism won and now women can have jobs now. And that's what these people think is like, well, feminism won. I hate women so much. They've ruined society. It's like the Asmongold line, right? Where he's like, and this is just he's stealing this from his chat, who are all like pole-brained. This idea that like white women vote for left-wing parties, which let in immigrants. And then, oh, those immigrants, abuse them. So it's like, oh, they're getting, which of course, what was it? A majority of white women who voted in America in the last election voted for Trump. So it's like, it's not even correct assessment. But you really can't, it's really important to appreciate the extent to which these people think that society has been ruined because women have the right to do anything. Except be like dominated by patriarchal violence. It really, really can't emphasize enough how much men in general hate women. And these are the most women-hating men. So yeah, of course they're going to be like, and like the racial politics here don't override that. Like an incredibly racist right-wing guy is going to hate quite a few white women around him. Now he's going to hate black women more, certainly. But he's still going to have a lot of animus towards those white women. And he's like, oh, this reminds me of an annoying white woman that I don't like. It's funny that she died. Like there's an enjoyment there. The 50K signing bonuses don't pay out until the 5th year of working at ICE. That's so funny, the idea that they're getting fleeced anyways. I mean, if you're joining ICE, you're probably too stupid to read the fine print. Yes, and then the hatred of quote unquote race traitors is quite intense. And again, with this, like the Asmongold line, the categorization of like white women as generally, you can see this if you look on poll. There's the idea that like, well, the white race is dying because like it's white women specifically are choosing not to sleep with me, and they're sleeping with black men instead. Like they're so like poll people, I feel like they stopped using the word cuck as much. Because there was a time at least where cuck as a term was like really like. And obviously, cuck does not necessarily have, like a racial connotation, but the way that they used it did, and they would use cuck all the time. I feel like there was a certain point. I feel like this is probably change now because it's just like so clear. Like it's such a clear look into their psyche and their anxieties that it was like a bit too much. Yeah, cuck used to have weight to it. I feel like I have a memory of using the word cuck in like 2015, and I was like, but not like, I don't mean it like I was joking. Because it's like, if you hear that term, it's like, oh yeah, this is someone who, this is a guy who's posting interracial pornography to like a right-wing 4chan board. It's like hearing doxing on national news. Yeah, that's grim. The idea that it's like, it's so fucking soy right, dude. It's so soy right. They're like, our secret police are getting kiwi farmed. It's like, no, actually, if you want to make the argument that ICE aren't a secret police, you have to be able to say their fucking identities. That's the point of a police agency that's not secret, is you know the people who are doing it. Their actions are transparent. You know, this is obviously in a certain sense rhetorical because this ideal is never, I mean, do you remember after fucking, God, I'm blanking on that. I mean, after it was just both Black Lives Matter and then protests before it, that like local police would literally just assassinate like local like Black Lives Matter activists. This was like Ferguson. A lot of activists around the Ferguson protests just fucking died. They just died. They were just like, oh yeah, no. What was the case of someone who was like in a car that was on fire, and the cops were like they're already secret police, right? This is a point that's been made before, is that like ICE isn't necessarily doing anything new per se. They're just expanding the cone of violence. Who needs to worry about this violence? It's not simply it's no longer just Black Lives Matter protesters. Which again is a part of the politics of Renee Good getting killed, is that it's like, oh, it is, I like, so we said this last stream, by we I mean one of my Twitch chatters, like citizen, there's a racial context, like, oh, and she was also a citizen, you know. It's like, oh, well, in that case it's similar to like the Canadian reaction to all of the American border stuff. It's like, you talk with someone, any conversation I've had with someone who has like a passport from like Iran, you know, it's like they've already, or you know, Lebanon, or they've already had to deal with all of this shit. Even if they like have permanent residency in Canada, they've had to deal with all of this shit if they want to go into America during, you know, all the previous administrations since 9/11 at the very least. The horror for particularly white Canadians now is like, the horror for white Canadians now is like, well, they're treating us like that too. And there's this implicit like, well, but we're like the white ally of America, you know, we shouldn't be held to this standard. There's a clip I saw of someone, this has actually happened, I've seen like multiple clips of this. It's so fucking like, the idea that any Epic Elper, thank you. The idea that any like white conservative in America at any points, like, they all know racism is real and that it's horrifying. They like, at a libidinal level, yes, this is the thing I was gonna, like, at a libidinal level, they understand racial violence and they understand that they're not exposed to it. This is the examples I was thinking about. I don't know if you're predicting the argument. The clips of a white person who's being arrested and saying like, you're treating me like a black person. Like, they all like Jeffrey Epstein. You know, every new thing I hear about this Jeffrey Epstein guy is no good. That's crazy. You have to change your name, bro. Honestly, at that point, you have to change your fucking name. That is like being named like Adolf Hitler. Watch the video. It's like it's like Jesus fucking. I think you're good. I hope you had a good stream. We're watching Jeffrey Epstein get arrested, which is the correct sentence.
They're arresting me. They're really de-escalating. Hey, stop me. I'm not. Do not hurt me. Do not hurt me. You understand? Do not be rough with me. Look at them. Look at them. They're gonna beat me up.
Jesus.
Don't beat me up, you mother. Don't beat me up. Look at them. Oh my God, I can't believe they're doing this. Oh my God.
This is a horrifying video.
Look what they're doing. Oh, get to the other side. I'm not listening. You're being rough with me. You treat me like a black person.
Yeah, I mean, even regardless of that, is still a good example of police having no possible capacity for de-escalation. Yes, his name is Jeffrey Epstein. Oh yeah, and then another. I mean, this is you can see like the connotation behind the fact that everyone is emphasizing Renee Good as a citizen. Because a black man was killed by ICE like a couple days before Renee Good in LA. Maybe I guess this one was on Vizio too. I'm not sure, but it's happening. Yeah, no, this has been less talked about. I think it's clear, like, the reason for that, obviously. Strange perversion in the US where police violence is fine to watch for all ages, but motherfucker gets censored. It's a violent culture, folks. It's a very violent culture. Yeah, it's like, it's nudity as well as not allowed, but violence is like, sure. That is, I mean, this is a point that's been made a million times, I'm sure. The fact that, like, video games where the point is to kill other people are fine for children, but then, like, the line is nudity. It's like, no, everyone, you cannot see, in the video game where the point of it is to shoot people, you have to make sure. We have to make sure our children... That is the real truth nuke about...
This is the Onion...
Yeah, no, I've seen this. That is the real truth nuke about violence in video games. Is like, it probably isn't good. It's just like, the idea of drawing the line there is really stupid. And all of the people who are making that argument love violence elsewhere anyways. They love all the things that actually cause people to be substantially much more violent in terms of, like, cultural influence. So it's like, you have no place to want to ban video games. But, like, it's probably not a good effect on... It's one of those things where, like, violent video games aren't inherently bad, but, like, do we trust Americans? Do we trust 12, raising every child in America on games where the point is to shoot a bunch of people? So, Can Americans be trusted with anything? That was an interesting discussion as well. People always talk about, like, oh, American murder rate is, like, so much higher than in France and in Britain and in Canada. When in reality, it's like, oh, it's first world country. It's so. When in reality, the real oddity there isn't America, but it's actually Canada. And I guess to a lesser extent, other Anglo-settler states like Australia and New Zealand. Because, like, the murder rate in America, it's like any other New World settler state. Right? In fact, probably, it's like, it does a lot better economically. I guess that is true. Even still, like in terms of people's living standard, than like a place like Brazil, and so there's less violence, gun violence in like Brazil, for instance. But it's like pretty fun. It's like, yeah, this is a settler society. People fucking shoot each other all the time. The odd one out is Canada, oddly, and I don't really have an answer to this. I feel like I'm not. But that's really the more interesting question. The amount of violence in America is very par for the course for the type of society it is and the way that it's been produced. It's not a surprise at all that the people fucking killing each other with guns all the time. Look at it, any other... Even Australia? What do you mean? Like, gun violence is very low, given Australia is a settler state. The murder rate is fairly low, right? I'm not... Right, it's substantially lower than a place like... Oh, it cut out for a second. Than a place like Mexico or United States or Colombia, let's say. It's a very, like... Settlerism produces the quite violent state of affairs. The only thing I can think of, like, maybe it's something to do with America. Like, does it have to do with the settler state that's specifically under the purview of Britain or something is different than the other settler states for some reason? I don't know. Counting or not counting gang violence, exactly.
I am gay.
Alex, thank you. Weapons per capita, yes. I mean, I think the answer there is probably that weapons per capita is caused by another thing that's important related to settler colonialism. I mean, that's the American founding ethos, right? And that's not just a coincidence. Sometimes liberals talk about gun violence as a thing of just like, well, we kind of got unlucky in America because everyone loves this mythology of liberty at the very least. But it's like, well, why do they? Why has, since its inception, it been important for like every fucking settler to own a gun? Surprised about Canada's stats because they're so high? No, because they're so low. Because they're substantially lower than the United States. Despite, like, we have the same founding myth in a certain sense. It's very important for the settlers to be armed, especially in areas like the expansion of the frontier, right? The RCMP, the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, our police institution, was created to protect overtly, explicitly. This isn't like, this is objective. Like, any historian would agree with this statement. Was created to help protect settlers in was it Northwest Territories at the time? No, not the Northwest Territories. I'm thinking of the wrong word. Rupert's Land. I can't remember. Was that just the Northwest Territories? But the frontier though. No, not. What's the other word for Rupert's Land? I can't remember. But just like all of this Hudson's Bay Company around here. Canada, it's interesting. Canada, we had our own... I wish I knew more about this, actually, admittedly. And like the differences. We had our own, anarcho-capitalist state. Like the Hudson's Bay Company, like, owned a large swath of territory, and it was is it a crown company at the time? Those were it's like the East Indian Company, which is because now they're the charter company, yeah. I believe they recently went bankrupt and got sold to, like, they got sold for parts to Chinese companies. Because for a while they were just like an outlet. Like, literally, you just... It's like, Hudson's Bay Company, literally the company that it's existed for centuries. You go and buy a hoodie there. And it's like, it's very Canadian. And then recently, a couple of years ago, they went bankrupt and they were sold for parts to Chinese firms, which is beautiful. It's beautiful. I think that's so funny. Um, the homicide rates in the US are a lot lower than Brazil. Well, yeah. I mean, you can see here that maybe it's a bad example. The United States is within the range of other New World settler states, and then Canada, more than anyone else, is the outlier. Brazil has a much higher poverty rate, which I think reflects that. I'm Canadian. Then same, like, Australia is absurdly low for a settler state. How did Brazil get their guns, though? It's pointless to compare. I don't understand what that means. I don't understand why that would make it pointless to compare the murder rates in different countries, but... Ashley St. Clair is such a fucking... Like, this doesn't work. Did she delete this? She gonna be blocked? No, she doesn't. Okay. So she got revenge porned, obviously, because she's a woman on Twitter. She got, like, revenge porned a bunch, and then asked Elon to not... This is, like... Is this, like... She is carrying one of Elon's children. And there was that whole drama about it, I guess. But she complained, presumably, I think, to Elon. I haven't really been on Twitter. She complained to Elon about getting revenge porn, and then Elon was like, fuck off. And then as a result of that, she lost her, like, blue check and her ability to make money on Twitter. And so now is being like, I think that now I'm pro-Democrat or whatever, which doesn't work now. It's not especially convincing now. This is not a time... It's a little late for that, but I mean, you know, the Godspeed, I guess. Good luck. I don't think that that's gonna... Yeah, you might have wanted to do that like a little bit earlier than that. Ortho, really, my voice would be helpful in this issue. Yeah, I mean, it's just... Yeah, I mean, Junior was asking if reason trans people have changed. She was quiet. I mean, you know, because they haven't changed, you know. People are always so obsessed with, like, rehabilitating those people. I mean, in this case, there's no real... I mean, it's just very shameless. Like, this is the way that the wind is blowing. She doesn't have a particularly good sense for the way that the wind is blowing because it took her this fucking long. You'd think if you were, like, at the very least, like, a room temperature IQ, that you would have done this, like, maybe a year ago. That's the thing with a lot of the, you know, far-right sycophants is they're not very smart. I still... Did Fuentes have a... Did Fuentes respond to... Has he just, like... Oh, no, he said it was justified. Okay. He said the renegade killing was justified. Okay. I was always curious. He was a good bellwether. Like, he is the first one... Like Canary in the Coal Mine, he is the first one of that group of, you know, well-known Trump to, like, far-right media personalities to, like, understand when a Trump thing is unpopular and he should probably jump the shark on it. That's not that's not how you say it. Anyway, words are difficult. I'm sorry, I'm hungover. Oh, you know, the thing. But I guess not on this one. I guess it's not too much of a surprise. Jump ship. Sure, yeah, it's a Biden. Oh, you know, the thing. Come on, man. There was a Trump clip I saw recently. Oh, what did he say? It was so funny. He mixed up an expression. How much did you drink? I'm an unk now. I'm auntie. I get really hungover. The ripe old age of 27. It's so annoying. I talk to people in their 30s and they're like, I don't get hungover at all. It's like, go fuck yourself. There's a big connection between, because it is genetic. There's a fairly clear genetic component to hangovers. That a lot of times families who don't have bad hangovers are much more likely to be alcoholic. Because like I could not become an alcoholic if I wanted to with this. Like it's just literally at the basic level of like the negative response here makes it so that my ADHD pleasure-seeking brain is like, no, this sucks. The negative response is too strong for that to possibly happen.
I am gay.
That'd be Monty, thank you. My go-to drink right now is soju. So I'm Serbian of you. You know what's funny? I had rakia at I did my Slava, or my family did the Slava at my parents' house because he's the patriarch. And we tried rakia or slivovica, and everyone hated it in our family except for me. I was like, this is good. Rakia is like a plum brandy. And it's like 40% and it's meant to be sipped slowly. I think it's great, honestly. Ice cold, yeah. No, that makes sense. But no, my drink of choice right now is soju. I really like the yogurt flavor. One of my friends was saying that that's the most Korean flavor. And look, they have good taste. It's my favorite. I had like 2. It's really not that. It's a weird in the middle because it's like 15% or something. It doesn't taste alcoholic exactly. I'm quite fond of it. Shout out to Vancouver for just like having soju in every liquor store. I feel like when I was in Ontario that was not a thing. There was not like a was the texture consistency. How would you explain soju? It does just taste like juice. That's why I like it. I have like a propeller hat and I'm sipping it and then I'm like, no, it's not thick. It's like a wine? Not quite. I don't think so. It's hard to explain. This is a classic.
I want to really.
Isn't he described like he's trying to do transphobia here, right? He's describing like a trans woman competitor in
Want to really.
Thoughts of the Toronto Blue Jays off season? I don't really care. I watched it when they almost won. Because it's like, well, that's Canada. Even in the advertisements of the thing, I definitely didn't pirate. Like the ads, it was like Blue Jay, Canada's team. And it's like, I guess so. Boxer transition to Owen. Oh, that's Oomphy. I haven't watched Pluribus yet. No. What did I watch? I watched the movie Rope by Hitchcock. That's a great fucking film. I think that's my favorite. That's a great fucking film. The gay one, yes. The premise of it, it's subtext because they can't be overt about it. It's a movie from the 40s, and the premise is these two gay lovers that kill one of their classmates and then host a dinner party, like, on top of the chest where they just put his body. And it's like the idea, the main guy, the ringleader, the top of the relationship is like, oh, you know, it's killing is artistic, you know. And he's this, like, it's kind of a critique of, it's like a weird, you know, this is like right after World War II. So there's this like critique of kind of, it's Nietzsche, it's mentioned Nietzsche, but then also like fascism, this idea that some people are superior to others. And so he's like, oh, you know, very subtextually gay. He's like, some people are greater than others. I've such a good artistic sensibility that him being murdered in this incredible way is like the peak of any. It's a far greater end. It's a far greater thing he could have participated in than he ever would have anyways. It's called Rope. It's so good because it's one room. It's originally a play from the 20s, and I believe there's like, I feel like there's like 3 takes. Like the cuts are really visible, but there are like 3. There are 3 scenes basically, and so it's acting for like 40 minutes straight, a la a play. It's a really interesting premise. I feel like you don't see this explored often in film. Is that it's functionally just a play, but you're in the room. And I think that's like a very powerful idea, because there's the reason I think people just don't fucking go and see plays anymore. So they don't think that this is an interesting concept. But it's a single location that it's shot. 12 Angry Men type shit. That's another one I watched recently. That's a good fucking movie. It's a great movie. Yeah. The I don't know if cinematography is the right word for that. The shit they were pulling off though, just in a single room, is really impressive in 12 Angry Men. If you actively look at how the scene is framed and think about the camera being just like a big ass fucking camera. The blocking. Yeah, sure, that's the word. It's really impressive. I don't know how they managed a lot of that. They just don't do that shit anymore. They don't. Man, they can't block for shit. Man. The culture industry, it fucking ruins it. Everyone realized that the point of film is emotional manipulation. That the point of a film is you see something and it makes you feel something really strong, and so you don't have to fucking do anything else. That's what people want. That's what people have come to be accustomed to. That's all that they ask for. They don't care about all of this. Joe Biden's America, everyone. I have changed my being a book snob. I think I've changed the more like earlier films I've watched, honestly, the more I'm less of a book snob and I'm more of just like, because modern books are also suffer from the same fucking problems. It's just culture is worse now. Like, it is just like worse, and people art asks way less of people. It holds your fucking hand. And no one wants to try anymore. I think this is especially bad with anything where you have to convince a producer to get something made. Maybe is the problem. But like, everyone has looked at everyone has looked at this. Like, if you've seen something like Book Talk, it's really evident that this like oddly, like very honestly anti-intellectual attitude that like reading is intrinsically like a higher form of storytelling, of like it's a more intellectually engaging activity. It's so obvious that that's fucking wrong. Oh yeah, and streaming. Yeah, I mean, the point of literally all Netflix shows is that they're meant to be enjoyed on another monitor. It's the same level of engagement as the majority of the people who are listening to the stream right now, which is on another monitor. Again, fucking playing Hades. I see you playing Hades again, and you're using the shield weapon, which is how I know you're a bottom. Well, that's not how I know you're a bottom. You're watching this, but that's obviously the bottom weapon. Yeah, which I think makes it particularly bad. Like, you know, Emily in Paris, which it's funny that we pronounce it like that, because the title is supposed to rhyme, right? It's supposed to rhyme, but it's fine. Emily in Paris. That was like that's their flagship show, and it's like you watch it. It's like I'm not even like I don't even need to see the video right now to know what's happening at any point in this fucking and Emily in Paris, she's going for gorillas. To know what happens in the plot. It's such lazy passive content. It's content, right? It's the word content. That's what people expect, and the purpose of it is like it's like proletarian slop. It's like you're tired after work and you don't have energy, so you just put on something that just like doesn't ask anything of you because you don't have the energy to exert. Overkill, thank you. It is like the culture industry is prol slop. That is like the term. Not a bottom, I'm playing RuneScape. I bet you're a skiller. I know what you are. I know what you are. Yes, a skiller trying to tell them they're not a bottom. Yeah, sure. TikTok video.
His wife of cheating. The man secretly hid inside.
Oh god, these are so horrible. This is
his wife's car. Disguised.
What genre of content is this? Has anyone like? It's something slop, obviously, but it's like movie clips where it's transcribed with AI. And like you don't even know the content. It's like Darman slop.
Himself as one of the car seats.
Oh no, this is different. Okay, no, sorry, this is different than what I was thinking.
Long after his wife.
This is different than what I was thinking. The thing I was thinking of is that it's literally a movie clip from like, you know, what's that? The one I immediately think of is like DiCaprio. Summary slop. The DiCaprio is a Catch Me If You Can. And it's like, the young boy is attempting to leave the apartment when the CIA agent walks in. The CIA agent tells him to put his hands up. And the boy pretends to be a member of the DEA, you know, like, it's just that.
Deed arrived with her lover. The man quietly took out his phone and recorded the evidence.
Okay, I don't want to watch this. My answer to this one is, I don't know. I couldn't.
For 12 years. I've been gone for 20.
Oh no, this is just
no wonder you don't know who I am.
Okay, cut the...
I don't want to watch it. I don't. I feel like I'm sorry. I've watched enough Darman. Darman truly. Also, Stifle Guy. Thank you. I can't remember if I thanked you. W content/media. Darman, like, you know, like the Henry Kissinger quote. From Anthony Bourdain. Darman owned you. Like that's Darman. He really was like
in a garage.
He really was early. Is this
Charlie's repairing the plane that his wife Sarah gifted him on his birthday. Sarah interrupts him to tell him
it's just like
she's leaving soon for a business conference.
Oddly enough, like it does just end up turning into like a more heavy-handed version of like described video. But like where literally there's no thought required. It's not simply describing what's happening on the screen.
In London. She invites him to come with her again, but Charlie turns her down because he has lots of work. Sometime later, Charlie...
Which again is weird. like, yeah, it's so strange. It's for people who are literally too lazy to watch films, though. Yes. Everyone is 12. Yeah. You can see like this is an important part of like why culture, an important detail of like how culture gets worse and how large capitalist firms like exploit people to try to profit off of their exhaustion, basically. That like, well, you'll eat this up because it's emotionally manipulative and you're exhausted, and it's flashy. Is that like people like it? They actively participate in their own exploitation. Like they want it. They advocate for it. It's not like this. There's a certain respect in which, like, especially as like maybe it's something that you need to. I'm not sure how this. Walks into a bar. It sounds like a... I'm not sure how this manifested originally, but now it's come to the point where the producers of this content don't need. They have to just listen to the things that people want at a certain extent, the things that people are asking for, and they're asking for more of the slop. They've become accustomed to the slop. It's less of a top-down conspiracy, in a certain respect. It's kind of like it's a paradox, like it's both of those things. I don't know if a drug dealer is like a crude, poor taste analogy, but that should contextualize, I think, the dynamic well.
Henry Kissinger and a penguin walk into a bar. I'm not asking what you do, but what would it displease you if I walked over and punched Henry Kissinger in the face? Would you find that entertaining? I would. Would you have a frisson of pleasure, even? Would you feel that justice is in some small way served?
You hate Henry Kissinger.
I fucking hate him. Yeah. Because in my travels, I stumble across his good works everywhere I go.
Right. Let's do this.
A rabbit punch.
No, kidney punch.
Yeah.
Cheers, guys.
R.I.P. The AI CEO asking people to stop saying slop. That's awesome. Well, that's great. Well, if he wants us to stop saying slop, then I guess we should probably do it. Link to Adam 2's. Who's that? That's a... Whenever I hear the name Adam Tooze, I always think of Jim Tooze instead, which is a very different type of guy. He's an economist guy, yeah. Adam Tooze lamenting how dumbed down politics has gotten. A century ago, politicians would be able to talk philosophy to their audience. Yes. The culture industryification of politics, like high and low art, stop becoming like really intelligible, and everything is just kind of smushed into this profitable paste, which leads to a lack of enlightenment in culture and leads to like the classic example is the George Bush, where his appeal is that like, oh, I would like to have a beer with him, which is ironic because like the Bushes are like WASP New England old money, are they not? Like the Texan stuff is like they were putting it on, which I think is so funny. Yeah, he's like a fake Texas. And he was sober, so yeah. That's a good example of like the right wing response to that is like, well, this is democratization. The problem is that like politicians are more like normal people. You know, the problem with TikTok culture is that it's content has been democratized. But I think the response is that it's democratized in a very particular structure. And the structure that like where people can participate publicly is already run for, I mean, the TikTok example, it's easier to think through this analogy maybe, implying that they are analogical. The TikTok structure, it's democratic, but for the sake of profit generation. You can only act, the assumption here is that we are putting content onto people's feeds that allow them to scroll for the longest, which isn't good necessarily. Of course, like, you know, like tricking someone's brain into scrolling for long enough that they don't even pay attention. They don't even realize that the thing they're doing is actually making them feel worse. Makes way more money. But again, there is like a liberal response to that, I think, where it's a similar, like, I can't remember which scholar makes this analogy, and it always pisses me off. I think it's in relation to like QAnon. The analogy for this is that it's like, well, in the same way that like our brains just love sugar, and it's like, well, if you give us access to a shit ton of sugar, we'll drink it and it'll be bad for us. Like, you're giving us access. Our brains love dopamine, which is you know, maybe that's too much of a drama because that's such a ridiculous thing to say. It's such a self-defeating, you know. The way that people talk about dopamine is like, oh no, it's not real. It's just a dopamine. It's like, that's not how. That's the, yeah. Anyway, it's so silly. But in the same sense that like we just like sugar, and so if you give people the extra big gulp for super cheap, and especially make it cheaper than fucking water or whatever, then people are going to decide to drink that because of the structure of our brain. And similarly, the structure of our brain, we seek novelty, and so we're gonna keep scrolling. I think like that's partially true, but like it's also really important to emphasize like the context of a subject that is created that wants to scroll on the internet all day. And again, it's a desperately worked prole who's emotionally exhausted, and oftentimes doesn't have time to develop a sustained, like, active intellectual activity in the part in their life where they're not sleeping, working, or gathering food. And similarly, though, like the explanation for American obesity isn't just like, oh, well, they have access to big golf. It's like food deserts. There's like a structure, like that is an extension of its structural oppression, structural domination. That like a lot of people don't have access to like healthy, cheap greens, let's say, and don't have the fucking time to cook it because of how overworked they are. So they go for the fucking cheap, you know, the McDonald's. It's not merely just like, well, it's the structure of our brains. If you give us access to something like that, if you give us access to the big gulp, then people are going to get overweight. It's like, no, there's a broader political structure there that so you don't have to just reference, or it's not useful to just reference like human nature. It's a silly, I mean, you know, like anyone, like the term human nature has been ruined so thoroughly that anyone who references that, it's like, well, I don't even, it's just surely the point you're making is not going to be that interesting. I had this experience when I was talking to a person in real life. I can't remember when that was. And I tuned out the rest of the thing they were saying, because that's what I normally do when I have to deal with that conversation on the internet. And then I realized, like, oh, I actually have to, like, I'm having a conversation with a real person. Fuck. That is unfortunately an important thing, is to be able to tune out when someone isn't making an argument that's like particularly interesting. But obviously you have to greatly abstract like a great deal of people's thoughts and opinions. So that's obviously not useful if you're trying to be correct. You know, it's important to take in plurality of perspectives. and all that stuff. Anyway, it's not even like you can't speak of the human nature, right? That's a concept. Yeah, you got to use species being, species essence. Exactly. Marx takes that from Aristotle, doesn't he, to some extent? I mean, early Marx. Whatever. I've heard enough. I've seen enough. I know what I believe. Exactly. That's stories, period. Yeah, no, speech is not the same thing. Well, human nature is such a floating signifier that it hardly means anything by itself. Or is empty. It's not necessarily a floating signifier. There's an indeterminacy there. It's not enough of a technical term. You know, I am this type of a Joker guy. That was so cool. Remember when people cared about Zizek? I honestly think that's the fact that people have gotten bored of him is a positive. I think at some level, Zizek is just like kind of histrionic. Like he just likes when people pay attention to him, even when it's like negative press. He Bidened out. I guess he is just fucking old too. I mean, he kind of felt like people's really stopped. His peak was before he said that immigration was bad, because he had that take, and then like I think the liberal institutions that were they kind of stopped doing that, and like he needs to be paid attention to an extent that like he's willing to go on like Red Scare if that's the only way of getting attention. Did he say gamers will be the future philosophers? That's so beast. Yes, he's oddly pro-NATO, yeah. I mean, Zizek is all over the place. Zizek became, again, because I think it's just like histrionic. Just a takes guy. It's important to recognize if you're a takes guy. And it's like, well, this has nothing to do with the structural analysis you generally make. Maybe this is self-aware. It's statement partially applies to myself. If you start just becoming a takes guy, like it's like, oh, I just have this take. I think all of my opinions are generally pretty consistent with my worldview. Other things that people get mad at me for. I think so. I again still think people don't appreciate the extent to which just like politics becoming a question of individual consumption is like just very liberal, comma bad. So tell me you're pro AI. That one was great. I do think that the ideal response whenever something like that happens is I just don't interact with it. Liv, is that Northern Ireland clip rage baiting with something you actually believe? Absolutely. That's what being opinionated is, I think. Northern Lion is describing being opinionated. That is a perfect description of it, though. AI is bad for so many reasons, and people picked like the dumbest possible one, which I think is awesome. Which again comes back to this thing of like, it's like a more tepid, pathetic version of like carbon footprint, where it's like you're not actually even tracking someone's carbon footprint. It's like a misinformation version of the carbon footprint. Like it's one that's going off of faulty data. Like at least with carbon maybe this is wrong actually. Admittedly, I haven't looked into the concept well enough. But with the carbon footprint, presumably there is actually, it's tracking an empirical impacts on the environment, on carbon emissions. Maybe that's even just a silly way of looking at it. I don't know much about the water. That might have, because I used to hear quite a bit about the water. So maybe we focused on better reasons. The environmental one that's better is electricity. Then if you like individual use cases. Although again, like at this point, AI is so integrated in everything that literally fucking Google searching something, it's just, yes, and carbon footprint by itself is also quite bad. Yeah, PR campaign by BP to responsibility. You know, I think that sometimes leftists. I mean, I honestly prefer the like 70% of carbon emissions are top 50 company leftists, which is already, as a quote itself, stupid, and the implication of it is stupid. I far prefer that to the like, oh fucking AI water usage people. Because at least there's a recognition that it's structural in the other one, and that it's not the individual, policing individual use cases a waste of fucking time. Policing individual use case. I don't know why I said that word. The stupid thing about this, it's dialectical, you see. The stupid thing about the statistic, was it like 70% of carbon emissions, top 50 companies, 50 largest companies, is one that like the kind of Lassallean like left slop implication is that we should nationalize all those companies, but like one of those companies is like the North Korean coal company, right? And also just dialectic, like there is a certain respect we have to reconcile with the fact that it isn't just that these are not privately owned companies, which is kind of the implication of whenever I see that statistic, that like if we had some sort of political economy, some sort of arrangement of use values and production and use value, that wasn't destroying the fucking planet, we would also just have personally access to way less stuff. It would affect the way that we live our lives. It's not just like, well, you know, you nationalize it and then we can do all our fun things and we just have a little bit less waste. It's like, no, like that's still a part of the same process. There does have to be conversations about like, there does have to be conversations about like how fundamentally different our society would be in that world. That's not about just like having the thing run by a government. So it's like, well, you like the things that we're able to use or not is really important, even if like the solution isn't just like telling everyone to use way less, because that's just not going to work. Like structurally, that's not the solution, you know. CEO laid off nearly 80% of his staff because they refused to adopt AI fast enough. That's great. One of the interesting things I was thinking about is especially talking to the people I know who are in tech, you know, especially like more than juniors, I guess, is that like AI is like, according to the people I know who code, I don't code. So if you code and you disagree with this, then you're mad at me. Get mad at these people that I'm not listing who I know. But like AI is like relatively good at coding. Not in the sense like you need to, like a person who knows how to code needs to like look at it afterwards. Like you have these really funny subreddits of people who are trying to build programs and don't know how to code and they're using AI. Which is stupid because eventually it's going to break and then you have to hire someone who actually knows what they're talking about to fix the code, and you might as well just hire them to code it. Yeah, it was called vibe coding, right? And it like does a lot of the work that like originally junior developers, like the people you hire who are new, who are out of school, would do. Like that's just been replaced by vibe coding, by a higher level, more experienced engineer, just doing the vibe coding and then looking through the code and trying to fix whatever mistakes it makes. And so it's like, well, what the pipeline is just completely fucked. What are these like new devs or people who are trying to be dev? What do they do? Like what is the coding economy? What is the pipeline here? How does it look like in 5 years? Because you have to be a junior before you become a senior. Everyone I've asked just doesn't have an answer. They're like, yep, it's probably really bad. Vibe coding is bad. AI coding works pretty good. What is the difference between those things? These jobs are just in Brazil and India now. Right. Yes. Well, is that how that works? I guess you're right that they're just exported. But doesn't the tech pipeline still like it I don't know. I guess I don't know how this works. Junior devs are going to be forced to leverage LLM to get better results while actually building the knowledge they need. Yes. But like, what even differentiates anyone, particularly if everyone's using AI? Oh, vibe coding is build this whole app? That's not how I've seen it used by people I know who are who are coders. Maybe it's just not. It's general enough. People use it in different contexts. I think people want to say that they're vibe coding because it sounds cool. Vibe coding is let AI do it all. I see. Maybe I think there's been a epistemic creep here that people want to describe. Asking AI to do a particular thing and then looking over the code as vibe coding. But it makes sense to me why letting AI do it and then not looking it over would be vibe, because it's vibes. You're basing it off vibes. It's not about, okay, I don't know. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Is that true that the junior position jobs are they're just being exported now to the global south? I guess that makes sense. I guess still it's the same problem presumably for how all of these tech companies are gonna fucking survive in a decade now. Words of the year: parasocial, slop, rage bait, vibe coding, 6-7. That's not. These are hardly words. They're not actually words. I mean, 6-7 is not even. You know what? Instagram video I saw that I think you guys are gonna like. Hold on. Did I save it? No, I don't think I saved it. I saw a guy doing a 6-7 thing. Have you seen that video? That song is stuck in my head. The like SoundCloud song about the guy's grandma getting killed by a bazooka. That's been like my go-to right now, and my like as a stim. Rest in peace, my granny. Was that an old song? I think it's just coming back again. And then it's got like the horrible AI.
Rest in peace, my granny. She got hit by a bazooka. Kaboom. Kablow.
Is this old?
Kaboom. Rest in peace, my granny. She got hit by a bazooka. Yeah, I think about it every time I hit the hookah. Kaboom, kablow, boom. I was in my room trying to teach my little sister. Then I heard a boom and it sounded like a missile. Who that is? What that was? Oh, that granny. Oh, she done.
I also found one, and I don't know what it's saying, obviously, so I apologize if it's saying the thing it obviously probably is saying.
Kaboom, kablau,
It's fucking Ben Gavir, I guess.
Kaboom, kablau, kaboom.
I don't know what he's saying, and I would like to apologize in advance for that one's. We Are Charlie Kirk is literally everywhere. Yeah, it's kind of like, I don't know. I wonder, like, it feels similar to 6-7 in the sense that, like, it's the more that it's gone on, the more ubiquitous it's become. Like, usually memes don't last this long. You know, like, it's something is flipped, culturally speaking, where it's like memes are gonna last longer now, and they're gonna just be like, they're just gonna be no content to them whatsoever. I don't know why that happened. Is this like Trump 2 now? Because what was the meme like? Do you guys hear the meme reset? Maybe this is just like annoying millennials. Movement on social media select a collective desire to abandon the current brain rot AI generated memes. No, I guess this is slightly different. That's just millennials being annoying. Many such cases. How does that feel for millennials? That they're the most hated generation. Like, everyone doesn't like them. And you could say, like, well, no, boomers are more hated. But, like, millennials are, like, universal. Like, nobody likes millennials. Like, boomers, there's a very particular set of age group that doesn't like them more intensely. Chief Supreme, they're more universally. I'm 1 year removed. I'm a Zoomer, okay? I'm a Zoomer. I saw a good distinction that if you're like my age but you have older siblings, then you're a millennial. But if you have younger siblings, then you're a Zoomer. I'm a Zoomer. Fuck you. 98 is Zoomer. I don't remember 9/11. I don't remember 9/11. Meme reset is an elder Zoomer thing? You think so? You're probably right, actually. You're probably right. Well, no, this is millennial. Peanut butter jelly time. No, sorry. No, don't fucking put this on me. That's millennial. Peanut butter jelly time. Uganda Knuckles is more late Zoomer. What was the Spencer joke about Tyler Robinson being the first mass shooter to say, "Do you know Dewey?" right before killing his target? Yeah, they weren't good. That's the thing about memes, they weren't fucking funny then either. Like, you know the MLG memes? Andrew Sarkis was related to the ancestor of the whale. The I don't know if that QA episode is out, but the guest, it was a great episode, but the guest references Andrew Sarkis, and I initially processed it as Andy Serkis, because they said it as like it's like a potential cryptid. And I like the idea of an Andy Serkis being any cryptid that, like, was played by Andy Serkis. Oh Baby a Tribble. No, that one's funny. Fuck you. No, that one's funny. Mom Get the Camera. That one's great. Fuck all of you. That one's hilarious. This is a classic. Oh, you can't hear it. Sorry. I muted it.
Oh my god! Oh! Oh my fucking god!
It's a classic. No, this one's funny. That's very funny. That is vintage. That's Modern Warfare 2. No, yeah. I'm regressing. No. All Zoomers tried to recreate that, absolutely. Bring out the walker. Memes I was shown in the computer lab in 2016, yeah. No, that's before 2016. I mean, this one is like, it feels like it's made to appear like it was made around the same time as Mom Get the Camera, but it is actually like a COVID meme.
But if we don't try, then what the fuck is stopping us from just throwing
I love this
ourselves off a
woman.
bridge
I love her.
and giving up and saying, yeah, the planet is dying, the government hates us, the animals are leaving, the aliens aren't contacting us, we might be alone, it just might be you and me, but that's okay, because do you really need anyone else?
Oh, it's a different one. That's fine. It's the same concept. It's an all-timer. The animals are leaving. The animals are leaving, folks. Oh yeah. No, this is more of a millennial meme. This one I think has been ruined because of the people who reference it are like, again, it's like the people who reference Wombo Combo are the guys who play like the Soviet anthem theme in band class. You know, so it's like, but it is what is it, better video games? I feel like, was it like late Bush, early Obama? There was like an insane AAA game run. Someone funny kid in my class that watches the Russian Badger and TF2 videos and thinks communism memes are the pinnacle of humor brought this to school and got genuinely pissed off at me for taking this picture. That's so beast. Protect them. Oh yeah, TF2 is another. I guess TF2 is still going. Yeah, I assume it's just a selfie. That always reminds me of when I played TF2 when I was like 12. And this one guy became convinced that I wasn't like an 11-year-old boy and was actually an adult woman, and he had like a crush on me. And he would like follow me around in lobbies and be like, "Isn't she so cool?" And I was like, "Yeah." Maybe he didn't think I was an adult woman. Maybe the adult part of that. He was eventually right. I feel like that's not how the age of consent works. I don't think, Your Honor. Eventually it was fine. Like, if we think about But imagine, I may just be a simple country lawyer, but I can't imagine if this so-called criminal act was committed 10 years into the future. Would our society see it as so criminal? That's my best Southern accent.
Hey, I know. I get it. Look. You
I
are
don't
doing
like
better
this.
than you think. Trust
I don't like
us.
this at all.
Trust me. You're close.
No, I don't like that. That's satanic energy. I'm like she's trying to mind control someone. I think. Yeah, she's trying to make a cult. I've been posting on TikTok again. Which I think I regret. If you don't want to, one of the places where it's not good, if you prefer not to be referred to as a femboy, is you should not post on TikTok. I thought that was like a funny bit, because I accidentally, like, I posted this video where I did like a crazy parking or whatever, some game, and then it added this audio. And I like didn't bother removing it because I thought it was funny. Really jumping
to Niagara Falls. When I see you, I'm not just gonna touch you.
Number one.
I'm gonna fuck you. I'm gonna fuck you real bad. So run. Run the best you can. Cause once I get my hands on you, it's over. You could pray, you could hope, you could cry all you want, but once the chosen is there, you are mine to consume.
Like it's a 5.
Lakers and 5.
I got 17,000 likes for some reason. But then I thought that would be like a funny thing to do. It's just that.
Ladies, if you're
by the way, like I'm not choosing. This is the audio it's giving me. I'm so serious. This is
Ladies,
if you post a video to TikTok or you record one, it'll auto add an audio.
Pussy doesn't look like this, I'm going nowhere near it. If your pussy can't support ecosystems and organisms and shit, man, if you don't have a little bit of crabs, that ladies.
But I've just been, Anyway. Crazy parking was my first experience with someone like recognized me in person and was like, I love your crazy parking TikTok videos. And I was like, that's insane, but thank you. Which is a very funny concept to me. I'm just glad people like him. I just don't, TikTok doesn't work for me as a medium. Same with Instagram Reels. Cause like, also I feel like I follow too many like people I know who are normal on Instagram Reels to want to post anything like content related there. It just feels weird. It just feels off. I can't like record a video. The idea of like recording a video and talking and being like, one thing that people need to understand about politics, I can't bring myself to do that. I don't know why. It feels weird to me. Which you would think maybe Twitch would be the same. But I guess not. I don't know why. I don't know why this is different. This is normal. It feels normal to me. It feels fine to talk about politics. I feel like I'm a less clippable streamer maybe. Because it takes me a long time to finish sentences. Did Jaylen Brown win MVP? Really? No, surely not. He did not? Okay, good. I was like, what? No. Oh, finals MVP. Oh, okay, whatever. Sorry, that's different. Finals MVP was Tatum's ass. In many such cases. Tatum doesn't get the finals MVP just because of his fucking reaction after he won. Like, there's like such an aura loss there. Do you guys remember that? What was the like...
Jason, just what's it feel like to finally be a champion?
Oh my God. Oh my God. It's a surreal feeling. We did it. We did it! Oh my God, we did it!
They should take it away. I don't know. Can't remember what order they awarded in, but they should, if they already gave it to him, they should take it away. It's so Drake coded. It's so absurdly Drake coded, which is so funny.
Jason Tatum, nigga. I love your baby mom, so she look good. Call the National Guard right now. We not going home. Okay. What you talking about? It's a Boston Tea Party. We smoking that Boston pack. Fuck Boston, nigga. Corruption. It's the king of New York. Jalen, I love you. Look at this shit. He poured honey in his motherfucking mouth. Boston Clyde, Bumble Clyde. This is insane. This shit look like the Christmas parade. How the fuck did he even get up there? Fuck Dunkin' Donuts. Hey, yo, Dunkin' Donuts. Suck my dick. Knicks fans ain't never had nothing. Celtics to my dick, nigga. Fuck you talking about? Fuck clam chowder. Suck my nick, nigga. Don't make me come back. Jason Tatum, you still sleep with your mother, you bitch ass nigga. Who the fuck is biggest bigot? You the New York City hot dog, nigga. Fuck Boston.
It's great. That feels as everyone obviously knows, Vancouver has deep ancestral beef with Boston after we lost the Stanley Cup to them and then destroyed our own city as a reaction to that. When the Bruins won the cup and the Canucks have been a shitty team. I mean, they've always been a fucking shitty team, but it's like a poverty franchise. It's not good. What the hell, heated rivalry? You're right, I thought it was what is the Boston team in heated rivalry? Montreal is called the Metros, which is like, it feels so wrong. The Boston Raiders. That's so funny. Of course my chat knows that. The Metros is it's at least keep it in French. I mean, I guess metro is a French word. So touche. You know what? Fair enough. What do I mean by that? It's in a province called Quebec, and they speak French there. Trae Young, the guy who looks like Trae Young, the guy who says Trae Young looks like my dad's dick. Do you know he was in Mighty Supreme? I don't know why they did that, but it's awesome. I saw a video about this. It's this guy.
Suck my dick, Trae Young. Suck my dick. Fuck Trae Young. Yo, Trae Young looks like my dad's dick. I never saw my dad's dick. He still looks like shit.
I swear to God, I saw a thing about him being in Mighty Supreme. Yeah. That's one of the characters.
Suck my dick, Trae Young. Yo, Trae Young looks like my dad's dick. I never saw my dad's dick. He still looks like shit.
Oh, it doesn't. Boo. Is there a video of it? I don't think so. Well, it's real though. You have to trust me. Luke Manley, the guy who plays Luke Manley, Marty Supreme. There he is. Almost with the voice of Gold Guy is in my... Oh, interesting. Safdies are very New York. It is like very funny the way that the Knicks lost. Like I can't imagine being a Knicks fan. That experience. But the Halaban, yeah. And they didn't even win.
I'm gonna piss away 20 grand. What are you gonna bet on the Knicks?
Anyway. It's probably like being a Canucks fan. No, it's not. Because we don't even have hope. The Knicks, they have hope. It's much worse. Like, they thought they were going to do it. No Canucks fan ever thinks that it's going to happen. Family Guy is spiritually a Boston. Yeah, I agree with that. Oh no. Penis fans. Why do white people love Japan so much? Brother, that's Mandarin. Which is the more important is why do people love China so much? I think you're a couple decades late. I will say it again that White Guy Who Loves China is like maybe a year away from being the same as White Guy Who Loves Japan. And if you're that type of, like, you need to live it up while it lasts. Because you'll be like going back in your feed and unretweeting, you know, like that TikTok video where it's like the whitest guy you know and he's like, Chinese food, don't you mean regular food? Like, you'll be unretweeting that. You'll be like, oh, that was, oh. So you gotta live it up. Maybe you won't. Maybe
Chinese food. Don't you mean normal food? You met me at a very specific time of my life. A very Chinese time. 你好，美女。你想马上结婚吗? I love high-speed rail so much. Yeah, I'm Chinese now. I've decided to be. Dude, let me put you on. Okay, let me put you on. It's so good. 古以来，我是中国人. Is that how I say it?
我是中国人. I am Chinese. 我是中国人.
Anyway. Making out those exactly. I'm giving him a smooch. And telling him, good job. But in the same way, like, you know, when you give like a dog a bunch of kisses on their head, it's like that. US means beautiful country in the literal Chinese translation. That's beautiful. The Connor Eats Pants situation, what's he up to? He's been like rage baiting JD Vance, hasn't he? That's my understanding. Good for him. Oh, it's an Asmongold. I mean, Asmongold is such a fucking moron. I do think, I mean, Asmongold is like a person who isn't able to plan ahead in terms of his content. Like, it's pure id. It's pure like right-wing id. He doesn't make the decision to differentiate himself from his audience like ever. Because like if you're gonna do that type of grift, like, you know, Fuentes is more of a looks more into the future and is like, is it useful for me to support the Trump political project right now? Probably won't be. His insults are so cutting, Connor might go to jail. Oh yeah, it's also fun. It's so funny that they're making JD Vance, like, this is his version of when they made Kamala the borders are. Remember, like, the like do not come, like literally going down to Central American country and being like, do not come. He's sitting, yeah, like, does he not realize that's what's happening? He's too stupid to. He just like wants approval. Because yeah, like, he has to be the one. Like, Trump saw the video of it. Like, a reporter showed him the video, and then he just kind of stopped talking about it. You were the only baby ever worth choosing crack over. Every time your mom neglected you was justified. Amy Adams sucked in that movie too. Sorry. Nothing you touch ever goes right. You should try some of Elon's medicine sometime. Sorry. Oh, well, he cooked him. Goddamn. Goddamn. Yeah, good for him. Secular talk, but good. Yeah. Wait, who's secular talk again? Oh, yeah, Kyle Klinsky, yes. What's Kyle been up to? I love that he went blonde. I think that's such a funny... Kyle Klinsky. My favorite Kyle Klinsky quote by far... Oh yeah, he's like a Plattner guy. Of course he is. My favorite Kyle Klinsky thing is he was reacting to that debate between... who was it? Mehdi Hasan and all those like fascists, and he was like, look, I understand why the Bolsheviks did all those things. I understand why they got gulags. He's like, before I used to be like, oh, libertarian, like, why don't you? It's like, oh no, they had to deal with you motherfuckers, like, you couldn't behave. I still can't find a clip of that, but it's fucking fire. That is my main, like, especially non-anarchist political instinct, is like, I don't think that the response in like the American South is to just, if you just dismantle all the oppressive institutions, we can all just live in harmony. There needs to be like a certain degree of force applied to whatever concept you want to, like, you know, white Southern civil society, which is maintained after those institutions are destroyed, and because of the threat to lessons of Reconstruction.
So Mehdi Hasan, of course, did a Jubilee debate with a bunch of MAGA decrepit.
Hey, what can I say? I think you can say I'm a fascist.
Bro, this is like, you've been in one too many fucking 4chan message boards. You know, you surrounded yourself with one too many incel freaks. Like, he says it like he's giddy to call, like, I'm a fascist. I'm a fascist.
Is it here?
lives, well, now we're not interested in it, and now you should lose your fucking job. Now you should. We've let this shit fester for...
Yeah.
I'm going to be on the
Maybe
good
it's
side of the
here?
fact.
Wait,
I'm
maybe
like,
it's
oh
here.
shit, a majority of these assholes might be fucking fascists, right? Like, it's gotten that fucking bad. And I think the problem is, from day one, we didn't take the threat seriously. We didn't take the threat seriously. We were too open-minded. We were so
Take the
open-minded, our brain
transcript. How
fell
do you
out of
do
our
that?
heads. Sure, bro, let them
Let's
say
do
whatever,
that.
bro. It's fine, bro. Oh, shit, now they're calling for the mass extermination of people. Oh, shit, now Israel's actually doing a live stream genocide and people are openly supporting it. Oh, shit. Like,
How do I
we've degraded as a society
transcript?
when it comes to morality. And so, by the way, unfortunately, this story has a bad ending. As of probably 8 hours ago or so, he's raised $30,000.
No, I don't think it's this one.
$30,000.
This is not a video, yeah. The background is different. I see. Kyle is who Ludwig wishes he was. That's very funny. I feel like Ludwig has had an oddly strange turn. In the last maybe year or so. I feel like for a while he wanted to just be kind of neutral. Maybe neutrality is harder to put up. Careful coworker, yeah. It seems like he just makes dumb comments he doesn't realize. Like the thing of no, I don't. This one's so annoying because it's someone who's just reacting and adding nothing to the video and it's just cutting in between it, which is something I would personally never do.
A lot of things I previously did not understand. I never used to understand authoritarian left movements. I'd be like, why are you authoritarian? Just be like libertarian left. Listening to these motherfuckers, I'm like, oh, I see. They had to do something about you motherfuckers. You weren't gonna get along. You weren't gonna play nice. If we let you do what you want to do, there'd be a lot of fucked up shit happening. We got to go a little further, don't we?
Couldn't have said it better myself, comrade. It's gonna be so interesting what the I don't know. I feel like maybe I'm just being too optimistic, but I do think that they're the Trump too is fucking up their fascist takeover in really stupid ways. I think that if they really could have done fascism pretty easily if they didn't do all the tariff stuff, all the economic uncertainty. You imagine Hitler comes into power and then starts another Great Depression in Germany. I understand that the fascist state was obsessed with autarky, oddly similar, obsessions. But it didn't. Maybe this is historical revisionism. I don't think it is. It didn't happen in that order. You seize all of the political institutions first, and then after resistance is impossible, and you've got it all, then you do that one. It's the wrong order. The guy who was yelling, "We executed one of you yesterday," was doxxed within an hour. Was that the QAnon guy, or was that another ICE agent? Because now you are starting to get people on the right who are nervous. They're you guys are gloating about the ICE killing. We're all gonna get thrown in jail in 3 years. That if I was one of those guys and I had the same rational self-preservation instinct I did now, which is a big if because they're all fucking morons, I feel like that would obviously be my concern. And though part of this is when your team is ahead in basketball or whatever, and you're anxious because even though you're ahead and you're more likely you're well, but it could go wrong. It could be that they're doing that. But I'm not easily shook these days. The number of people who think the appropriate punishment for not following a mass federal agent's orders is assassination is rather shocking. I'm so old I remember liberals cheering the gruesome murder of Charlie Kirk. I don't even know who this is. I love your podcast, Katie, but the more I listen to you, the less you sound capable of critical thought. I guess Stephen Miller sees more inside of you than just Elon. That's crazy. It's Stephen Miller's wife. That's crazy. Why does Stephen Miller's wife have a fucking podcast? Why is she like an influencer? Why would they do that? I grift? I guess so. I don't... Most of her guests are in the admin. That's such an awesome grift to do. She threatened to deport Jank. Okay, I do remember this. Podcaster occupied government. It's truly... Podcasting and streaming truly are like the most fascist like forms of expression. You guys no more energy for the midterms or general? Because I remember I saw some discourse on this where it's like, MAGA is really running right now like there won't ever be an election. And it's like, oh, that's scary. But then it's like, no, that's not true. If they were doing that, they wouldn't be doing the redistricting shit. Right? They're just way too fucking confident. They thought that they won. They thought that their victory was a confirmation of that their ideology was popular. And it wasn't, right? I don't think they're going to win the mid. I don't, even with the redistricting, it doesn't look good for them. And they understand, you know. But yeah, I do agree. I can't remember who said this, but like, if the Democrats want, if they want to go return to normal, this thing, something equivalent to this, especially since Trump has started, kind of had to happen. It was eventually going to, because like, what, we're going to keep fucking doing this? We're going to keep, because remember 2020, it was like we voted him away. And then the institution just came back, right? Like, that is what a third of the country wants. They want to be fascist. And they love that they have an institution that they can influence and support that is, like, getting increasingly fascist. I think it to a certain respect, I do think the way that it shaked out was especially unfortunate. But, like, there had to come to a point in the best case scenario result for American liberal democracy, where Democrats are in power and they have to put some people in jail. And they probably have to put a lot of people in jail. And if they're too cowardly to do that, if they can't do that, if/when they get into power, then is it just going to happen forever, right? And the interesting thing too is that, like, the putting everyone in jail position is not like the radical communist one. It's like the Democrat wine mob position. It's the median Democrat voter. Schumer's and Jeffrey will never do that. Well, that's the probably good timeline possibility is like, yeah, you fucking send him to the Lulag, exactly. The possibility there is like the Democrat Tea, because there's a growing mobilized like part of the Democratic Party constituency, like the people who vote in like Democrat primaries, you know, like the core Dems, who are like, Schumer's and Jeffrey are fucking morons. They're not solving the problem. Like, we need new leadership. We don't fucking trust these morons. And their response are people like, you know, Plattner. I think it was Josh Gingermentum that called it the Democrat Tea Party initially. Yeah. And And you know they're gonna get it's going to be like again. Plattner is like median Democrat vote. He's a fucking moron. But he's a moron that would lock people up, right? I mean, I guess he's in the Senate, so it's not. It's the question of like, what does the 2028 race look like? And do you have like a mobilized? Because they did it in the Republican Party, or something analogous to it. Like, do you have a mobilized part of the constituency that is like, we're only voting for a presidential candidate who is talking about like the possibility of reintroducing castration as a punishment for crimes specifically aimed at the Republican national, you know, like there will be a constituency of them and like a group of people who likely have a better chance at having some influence in the party than like a Bernie-crat did. Because it's not like it's the conservative Democrat boomer mom believes this. Believe it or not, throwing people in jail is still not like, it's not a necessarily left-wing position. Usually it's in fact not a left-wing, you know. So that's like the golden path for American liberal democracy. Maybe not, I don't know. But that's not inconceivable to me. And in that case, like, you know, it's not really Democrats that are doing it in a certain sense. It's some new Democratic, wow, new Democratic Party, wow. Well, if they're like the NDP, then it'll go great. Imprisoning people is the norm. Yeah, that's the average American take on this. It's the median take. And like, you know, like, there's no interrogation of why this happens in American society. Why people were stupid enough to vote in Trump again, and an even more overwhelming, like he actually won this election. Like, they didn't win the last one. It was kind of a fluke. You know, like, I mean, technically he won, but like Hillary, even with how poorly she performed, it was like just unfortunate. Like, a lot of it was unlucky. However awful she was as a candidate, like, she just really specifically didn't have some support in the areas she needed. I guess that's how everyone loses. She won the popular vote. You know what I mean? There were plenty of situations with a similar amount of national Hillary approval where she wins. It's just how that approval was spread around because of the weird way American elections work. She lost. This one, no, it was conclusive. Planner will be another Fetterman. I mean, maybe. He's a fucking moron. He's kind of that's the problem with electing morons, is they're unpredictable. Think Trump wins in 2020 for the rest? No, certainly not. It's over. Trumpism is over. No. Certainly not. That political movement is over. But, you know, that doesn't mean, like, the way that liberals treat it is like, well, you know, then the fascism is gone. But that doesn't explain why people fucking want to be fascist. Why is it a third of American society is like, no, I love all the fascist things that are happening and they should happen more. It's unable to explain that. Is that those group of people still believe that there's a different political context, there's a different overtone that doesn't allow voicing those opinions. And like, it's not just America. It's every other society, really. At least like a third of people are fascist. So you can whack the moles, and you sure hope that they whack the moles. That if Democrats come into power in 2028, that people go to fucking jail. But they're gonna keep coming up. It's a global rise in fascism. That's, you know. They don't believe they'll do anything? Probably not. But I mean, I think you're banking on everyone not believing they're gonna do anything, because then you get enough voters in a Dem primary to be like, I'm only voting for someone who's actually gonna do something. And it's a lot easier for that sentiment to take over the Democratic Party than like really timid social democracy, tepid social democracy. I think that's a much more convincing idea to the average Dem voter. But anyway. Anyways, if you have an Amazon Prime account, you can connect to your Twitch account and get a free subscription you can use on me. So yeah, similar to APAC, like I think a lot of the Dem leadership isn't ready for the realignment there. In terms of the average voter, like no one likes Israel. They had so much global goodwill after October 7th, and they just completely destroyed literally all of it. Yeah, it's not. I mean, I don't know. I could just be Adorno in 1930 right now. If you didn't know, Adorno, like, for a while, he just assumed when the Nazis took power that their regime would collapse, like in the 30s, and he would like oftentimes go to Germany to visit with like a false passport because he's Jewish. Because he was like, oh, it's just like the Austrian fascism. They were too irrational. They destroy themselves. The fascists, you know, they're too stupid. They can't get. They destroy their governments. They're infighting, and the people will surely not accept them to the extent that they need to. And then obviously he was quite wrong about that. And in maybe was it 38? Maybe he was like, okay, I gotta stop. Or 36? He's like, I gotta stop. Gotta stop visiting here. I'm exiled. His vision was eventually correct. Makes you think. And a lot of, I think, Adorno's writing afterwards is reconciling, which is like the vast majority of his writing that people, the most influential of it is reconciling how that wasn't the case.
I am gay!
Nice, thank you. That it had to be like, the Germans did not free themselves from fascism. And in fact, they were quite sympathetic to fascism after the war. Like, the denazification in East Germany was pretty weak. It's just like, the bar is like, if the bar is West Germany, then you're passing it. Like, it's pretty easy to fucking pass. It's pretty easy to do denazification better than West Germany. But a lot of majority of Germans were still kind of like, well, we had a good run. We just lost. And the Jews, ellipses, like that's the majority of German opinion after the war. Like they got it's disturbing to think about how long, implying that this isn't like antithetical to Nazism as like a particularly irrational, brutal form of fascism. It's disturbing to think how long the Nazi state would have survived if, let's say, there was no war in Poland. If they were like, well, that's enough. We got this at 8 land. We're gonna cool it for now. Like if this is to say how long that would have lasted if Hitler was actually appeasable, because that's people shit on Chamberlain. He was operating under the assumption that it was possible to appease Hitler, when obviously it was not. Like, there was always going to be another ask. Yeah, look at Franco, right? That stay lasted a long time. Wilt Chamberlain, yes. I don't know if it would have worked without the war, but like, maybe. I mean, they seem pretty convinced. They seem very pretty hell-bent on that. But like, there were other fascist states. I guess the difference is that Hitler is perhaps the more fascistic than the Italian fascists, maybe. Alta's successful Austria conspiracy return of the Kaiser. Okay, Hearts of Iron 4 player. Whatever you say. It's so crazy. That game is like at its peak now. Like, it continues to get more popular, which is really revealing about the gamer psyche. That it's like, no, you need the dumb one. You need the dumb one to anything that's too complicated. Any actual grand strategy, it's too much. The German economy was after World War II. Yes. I mean, that is the other thing. It's likely the German economy would have collapsed without like the influx of like capital, like liquid cash that came from just like looting the entire continent. That propped up the German economy. So it's a bit of a silly, you know, it's like don't siege Leningrad, take it immediately sort of thing, where it's like, well, no, Hitler couldn't have just allied with the Slavs against the Soviets. That kind of misunderstands an important component of the structure of the Nazi state. But if there was a Nazi state that didn't have to do an entire world war to prop itself up and didn't want to necessarily, it is disturbing to think of how long it would have taken before it collapsed, because neither great power bloc surrounding the fascists would have just invaded purely in virtue of Germany being a fascist state. Fascist Italy would last longer? Yeah, I mean, it looks more... I feel like the Spain analogy is probably some sort of equivalent there. Presumably would have lasted a while. Trump is unpopular in Europe, even among far-right populist supporters. That makes sense. Which is also... It's also a good example of how cucked... You know, like the members of... The right-wing members of European Parliament trying to have like an amendment to have a moment of silence for Charlie Kirk. Like, they take the language of their like political, cultural grievances and their policy are just like American. It's the same with Polyev here in Canada. It's really hurting his approval rating That it's like you are making the Conservative Party like an American right-wing party. Traditionally, the Conservatives care more about norms and decorum. And it's not just about continually attacking the other side. It's divisiveness. That's like the old Tory more method, but even still in the newer Conservative Party. And it's clear that a certain amount of Canadians want that. And because they all consume American media, right? Canadians are just American. It's pretty difficult. Like, Canadian content on the internet is like, it's so hard. We're all just culturally American. So of course our everything on social media is going to be from Americans. We don't even have the, like, it's not even like the other Anglo-Settler states where they sound kind of funny and different. Like, I sound American. Yeah, Polyev is a couple members of parliament have defected. And one of them just quit. He was going to defect and then he quit. I sound Bermudan. Makes you think. And he is one defection away from giving the Liberals a majority. And in the Westminster system of majority, you can kind of do whatever you want. It's a lot easier to get shit done. In the system. You thought Northern Ireland was from New York? Yeah. And he still is... Oh, because Freeland fucking... Okay. Presumably they get that back, though, right? What is the... Yes, no, she resigned. That's so funny. That's so funny, yeah. They're gonna do a by-election. I'm surprised it hasn't happened yet. I'm surprised there hasn't been another defection to the Liberals. Right, takes new role with fucking Ukraine. Of course she does. Freeland is such a funny... It's so funny that she was always set up as like the successor to Trudeau. And like she broke with Trudeau's government over the quote unquote vibe session. She was literally like, oh, the fact that you're giving, it wasn't a stimulus check. It was like you didn't have to pay taxes on money that you put towards streets. And she broke with the Liberals over that because she was like, okay, now it's my time to... And then she ate shit completely, obviously. Everyone hated her. Everyone hates her. And then Carney got the leadership. Yes, if you didn't know, she's Ukrainian heritage, and her grandfather was a Ukrainian Nazi. Basically. And she has been seen at like rallies about like holding up the flag of the what's the political party? The Ukrainian far right. The UPA is Stepan Bandera. Carry on her grandfather's work. Yeah, there's a lot of Ukrainian diaspora in Canada. And like a lot of them left the Soviet Union. Like they were fleeing the Soviet Union. And so like you do get a lot of them who were like, damn, if only we could have created we wanted to create a fascist state. And we're fighting with the Nazis to do so. It's like the tweet. It's like the tweet allying with the Slavs. And so a lot of Ukrainian, like Canadian Ukrainian, like nationals is that like have weird, like venerate like members of, let's say, the Galician SS division. There are a bunch of monuments to as like SS officers that are erected in Canada by Ukrainian diaspora. One of them was defaced in Oakville in Ontario, and the police investigated it as a hate crime against Ukrainians, which is probably something you don't want to link to your ethnicity. Is well, you hate us? Oh, you hate Nazis? You must really fucking hate us. Sounds like a very bad thing to do long term. Yes, of prosecuting, yeah. Yes, the Victims of Communism Memorial in the capital in Ottawa, they spent millions of dollars on it. Wasn't it millions of dollars? And there were a series of scandals because a lot of the names provided were Nazis, which is like literally the fucking meme. Like literally the meme of like, oh, victims of communism, 1, Adolf Hitler. And so there were too many of them, and so they just removed all of the names. They removed literally all of the names. Which is performance. Is an incredible performance. Victims of communism, if you see here, and then all of the names are fucking... I couldn't have said it better myself. Couldn't have said it better myself, folks. 0 victims of communism. Look at all the victims. Incredible. Yeah, that was always funny with like how like how high Freeland was in the Trudeau prime ministership. Administration is an American word, isn't it? I was gonna say administration. Is that for a while you had like Canadian right wingers who were like conspiracy theorist people, and they were like, Trudeau is literally a Nazi. I mean, look, here's Freeland literally venerating her Nazi grandfather. And it was like, okay, fair enough. That one, you got him. We can't be... That one, you got him. Like, there's no... Fair enough on that one. I don't know. Maybe we're extrapolating a bit too much from what this means about, like you're saying in the wrong direction. Do you know what I mean? That makes you more of a Nazi than them. But yeah, that one, totally fair. Trudeau blackface just feel like a fever dream. That was so long ago. I still remember the night where that news dropped, or the first photo dropped. And he had this like press conference because he was in like the Canadian Air Force One, and then he had to land, and he had the press conference in like the 747. And he described, in his defense, he described himself as a costume enthusiast because a reporter asked if there were more photos, and he said he wasn't sure. And he was like, well, why did you do this? Like, he didn't know the US. He, like, literally, that's the fucked up thing, is it's true. Like, he was like, I need to dress up as accurately as possible when I'm playing Aladdin in this play or whatever. Like, that was literally the thought process. Yes, he was a theater kid. Exactly. It was a costume party. One of the photos was a costume party, but there was definitely one of a play he had done. I mean, that's the thing, you didn't know how many because he'd done it so often. Trudeau or Carney? I don't fucking... the gun would go off. Do you know what I mean? He did it more than twice. Absolutely. It's interesting. Carney's approval is funny because he is just turning the Liberal Party into the progressive conservatives. So the conservatives before they got more insane. NEP leadership race? I don't fucking know, man. I don't know. I predicted this before. I think someone also said, like, the NDP are going to answer this by getting worse. Of course it is. Of course they are. And it is a very strange place. The video of his ex-wife, yes, singing a cappella in Black. What was the a cappella again? Yes, Sophie Trudeau. The fact that Trudeau is divorced and that he's dating Katy Perry, it's so cool. Two celebrities in their flop era. Because Katy Perry is like done. Yeah, I mean, you would prefer Abby Lewis, obviously. That's Naomi Klein's husband, right? He's the candidate in West Van Sky, I think. In North, or in West Van, obviously. No, the Katy Perry thing is a joke. Katy Perry is, yeah, she's so washed. She's so horrifically washed. It's so funny because she was known, honestly, for putting out, a lot of it is just like kind of, it's like slop that, like, if you think about it long enough, you're like, well, this is probably not good for society. Like, if pop culture has an influence on society, then this is having a bad influence on it. And then, like, she had this, like, existential crisis. Did he run in Vancouver Center? Oh, okay. Who was I thinking of? Did he run to West Van Sky at some point? I don't know. Anyway. What was I saying about here? Oh yeah, she had like an existential crisis about it. And then she tried to put out like really meaningful, yeah, inspirational stuff. And I guess she had like the hit with Firework, or whatever that fucking song is called. Fireworks. But then after that, it was just like, this is all fucking terrible. Because that's not why people listen to you. Oh, and then Roar too, which is such a bad song. I'm sorry. Such a bad. Same with Fireworks. Such a bad fucking song. I hate it so much. Katy Perry is only redeemable in a context where it feels like the music she's making is kind of morally wrong. Hot and Cold is a good one. That was a classic. Like, she just didn't, I don't think that she had it in her to do. And it got more intensely like she's trying to make society better. A part of it is like there is like a narcissism about like my music is having an effect on, like I am having this effect. And so I have this responsibility, so I'm going to do good with it. And make a song where it's like, what were all of those songs she was trying to write about, like, your self-image should be good. And society is having a bad effect on women. But just no one wanted to hear it. Dark Horse to Juicy J is yeah. Was she a Christian singer originally? That's hilarious. Yeah, she is. I guess she didn't sing Fight Song. Of course she didn't. Wow. Very washed. Thought that was Taylor Swift, maybe. I can't remember. That was an AI generated song. It's not actually real. It's from a fake. Rachel Platten. I have no fucking clue who that is. I have no clue who that is. Her dad called into InfoWars. That feels like it's revealing about something. Something about her is very revealing. You're Plattner's wife. That's why he's so like anti-establishment. He needs to compensate. He needs to compensate for the fact his wife caused Hillary Clinton go bust. It was written. Was it by the DNC? Like it was specifically written for Clinton. That's awesome. They really fucking bungled it, didn't they? No? Okay. They really bungled that, didn't they? Trump didn't have to have... Like, American fascism has to happen at some point if it continues to be America. But it really didn't have to happen this quickly. And this overtly... It is just literally, like, a tactical error by American liberals. First Clinton, and then Ruth Bader Ginsburg not stepping down, and then Joe Biden not stepping down. It's really three strikes. It's at a certain point for at least like the Democratic Party as an institution. Do you like Mills over Plattner? Well, I guess not. If I had to choose. I would... That is like the gun would go off. What is...
If you had to pick a Democrat or a Republican, a Joe Biden or Donald Trump, gun to your head, who would you vote for?
The gun would go off.
Yeah. It's that. I mean, I feel like Maine is probably a safe enough seat that running Plattner is fine. But it would be crazy if, like, the Nazi tattoo thing was big enough they somehow lost that. I don't think in this political climate that's going to be a concern. I mean, I guess the position is you want the DNC stupid caucus to win, so... Those are the only... The DNC stupid caucus are the only ones who are actually going to fucking put Republicans in jail if they win in 2028. Yeah, isn't he fine in the polls now? Like, people didn't care. I think that was the... Did I say that was going to happen? Maybe I did. I can't remember. I can't remember what I tell people on the internet. That like the average Maine white person's reaction was, so what? Yeah, I think I thought he was cooked. But then it's like, well, no, I shouldn't think so highly of people. It's really hard to hate Plattner because of his rhetoric on anti-imperialism. Don't think we see eye to eye on that one. It's pretty easy to not like someone who serves in Blackwater. I don't really care. I don't think... Does anyone actually think he's a Nazi? People are saying, like, guys, fuck off. He's not a Nazi. But that was like a straw man. Like, the one I saw, like, thought he was a Nazi. They thought he was a fucking dumbass. Maybe some people... I'm sure if you go on Blue Sky, there are people who are like, no. He has a secret trying to Adolf Hitler. But only Reddit? Oh god, I can't imagine the Reddit response. I always say I'm happy, like, blue sky culture is intolerable, but if that's that's the culture we're gonna need to embrace to bring woke back, then I will gladly sacrifice myself. I would gladly be, there's something, revolution eats its children. Gladly be canceled for making fun of someone's like bimboification of Isabel mod for a video game. I think, or whatever, because someone was yelling at someone for making fun of that on Blue Sky recently. Getting canceled for being furphobic. That's fine. Because I'll just, one important thing you also realize is, like, if you can't explain this to someone who isn't on the internet in, like, maybe 10 seconds, like, to make them have a reaction, then the thing that people are mad at you about won't fucking matter in, like, a week. Bus driver test. Because everyone becomes really obsessed with a particular discourse and thinks it's really important. And it's like, well, people aren't going to remember this in a week. So there's really no point paying too much attention to it. But yeah, I mean, I do think that American society is like violent enough that like the positive cultural response isn't like being nicer to people. It's like we should be evil to the people who deserve it more than we are being evil to now. We should just change who we're being evil to. That's why I had a tweet about like dark woke as a concept makes sense, because like regular woke was a little bit too kind of, it was a little bit too like polite, maybe is the wrong word to use. I don't know. That it's like, no, we're gonna, it has to be more explicitly like we are harming people for it to work in American society. And then a lot of people quote tweeted that with like their example of like the evils that woke has committed. One of them was like, oh, remember that guy who made like, there was some protest, was it like Standing Rock or something, where an indigenous person was like beating on a drum and singing, and then there was a white guy who went up to him to kind of harass him, and he was making eye contact with him. And apparently that was like a 16-year-old. He was like, my fucking chud son. And it was like, the left fucking harassed this poor child counter-protester. Like, those were their examples. And it's like, you've not seen anything yet, brother. If you think that's bad. And hey, look, the Democrats might not actually put anyone in jail. But culturally, this is why it's just cope. Culturally, we're going back to that, but worse. The woke mob is coming for you. Oh, I mean, this is like, yeah, obviously. This is like losing a chest to a dog. I don't know what anyone would think Mamdani would endorse or say Hamas is good. I just don't. Did anyone expect that? Did anyone like support him thinking that would happen? Hamas is good. Well, listen. I'm not. This is a completely different sentence. Show guys are mad about it. I mean, I'm just not surprised. I'm just not surprised. I figured he'd pivot to the real issues. Well, he did just get like, didn't he get like New York childcare? Like, yeah, it's so funny. It is really fucking losing its chest to a dog, because it's like, when he was campaigning, he was like, I'm here to tackle the affordability crisis. I want to, make rent cheaper. I want to make the grocery stores and then childcare. And that's what he's doing. Like, he wasn't like, I'm going to make New York a revolutionary outpost. Like, like, he never said he was going to do that. He had tweets fucking, and maybe, I mean, I don't know. Did I ever not think this? I don't know. I can't remember. He had tweets like 6 years ago that was said, we need to see some means of production, but that's not enough, presumably, to assume that someone's going to try to, create the autonomous, the New York Chaz, New York shop. I'm done. Yeah. So I don't know. It sounded like he was. It sounded like he was gonna do the things he said he wanted to do, and that he's like doing them. We're gonna do. Again, it's just weird. Let's do sewer socialism again, but like more tepid. And with the same problems of like the power that you get at a municipal level compared to like what socialist politic actually calls for. Like the contradiction there. Like, whatever, at least we're getting some power. ContraPoint's photo. Endlessly critique power. They don't want to. Sure, let's do it. That was a classic. That was a great. It was a great video. This is so funny. I saw people posting this about people who were mad that Mamdani condemned Hamas. I was like, we're already, which seems a little unusual given, especially that Miss Rachel, is that you'd think you'd only really use it on the other end of Mamdani criticism, which is people saying that he loves Hamas. But his ContraPoint's good. Well, it's really hard to say. So it's a good example of someone whose politics got ruined. Like, she like rage baited herself. And in part it wasn't her, she wasn't rage baiting, I guess. But like, she got yelled at so much that she was like, fine, I'll have bad politics now. Anna Kasparian is a good example of someone who rage baited herself into having bad politics. It's a little different. Because like the person who's yelling at ContraPoints in 2019 is like incredibly insufferable. It's an incredibly annoying, stupid grievance. People are mad at her for like using the term boy mode. It was just like, I think you're just insane. Like, you bullied me, so I became what you said I was. Yes, following the Jamie Lannister school of responding to criticism. Yeah. Which, I kind of understand it. I kind of understand it. I get the impulse. When I look into the void, I see ContraPoints. When I stare into the void. But it's important to not let that sort of thing structure your position on the world. Look, we both have a MA in philosophy. It's really funny. But you know, I don't know. Yeah, nothing more embarrassing than changing your worldview because people annoy you. Yeah, exactly. It's like you can't do that. You have to. I do like I don't know anything about her personal life. Like I'm not like I don't have inside knowledge on this, but it really strikes me that she just didn't have like an in real life support network that was able to like reference her in a way that wasn't surrounding the internet. I think that she was just in her house alone, losing her mind about stuff. Ironically, a little J.K. Rowling coded. Although, like, again, J.K. Rowling, it's like, if you're a billionaire and you're doing that, you really want to. Like, you really fucking love it. You have no excuse whatsoever. You can have a fucking support group. It's like with, I mean, the analogies here are getting a little ridiculous, but like, with Kanye, when, like, I mean, I kind of did this a little bit, but when people are like, you don't understand, like, Kanye, he just needs, like, a support network. It's like, he's a billionaire. He's doing this because he loves it. He could have a support network if he wants. He doesn't want one. He made the decision not to have one and actively, continually decided to not have it, you know. So it's a little different. But then, yeah, she just became annoying. She made... It does get to a certain point where you're just, like, rage baiting yourself. And this is the thing that I've had to stop myself from doing because I understand it. Is, you know, she'll make a tweet that's like... What was the point she was making where she was like... The Epstein stuff isn't actually a conspiracy and it really was just Ghislaine and Epstein. Because she was like, all of the victims mentioned like no co-conspirators, which now we know is not true because of the files getting released. So there's literally like, there are emails where it's like co-conspirator number 1 being like, hello fellow co-conspirators to this child sex trafficking ring, you know, like, yes, ContraPoints was making some take like that, but the way that she would respond was by rage baiting herself. Because she would find the things that they're saying annoying and stupid, and then so she would say like, "Oh, you know, don't mind me. Off to hang out with Hillary, and talk about how much we love hiding the crimes of Jeffrey Epstein." And it's like obviously it's gonna piss people off more. Maya, thank you. Obviously, it's gonna piss people off more, and subsequently, it's going to piss you off more and make you more mad. And it's not helping any situation. Like, sure, you are making the people who hate you's lives more miserable because they're also getting sucked into the void that is this probably pointless vitriolic argument. But that doesn't mean you win. Like, you also lose. I told you all that I think I originally had a couple tweets about the AI thing when people were getting mad about it, but like I quickly deleted everything except the original point I made, which I thought was like reasonable and measured. In the tweet about AI, I mentioned that I think that it's superfluous and that we would be better off without it. And I was like, it's just that, but I had the desire to tweet out when people were mad of like just without context, like counting or not counting water usage. I really wanted to tweet that out because I thought it would be really funny. But then I saw like, you know, the Moedeeb style vision of me becoming ContraPoints, and I was like, this isn't worth it. There's no reason why this helps any. I'm just gonna log off and hang out with people in real life who don't give a shit about this, who don't know what an AI Twitter discourse is, and I was far better off for it. So that's which isn't to say you don't, you know, which isn't to say you shouldn't necessarily have controversial points on the internet. I think, especially the position I have, that's kind of what you trade in to a certain respect. It's the Northern Lion rage baiting someone with a thing you actually believe. But I think, yeah, it would be good if it was illegal for everyone besides Brace, as well as Connor O'Malley. The Connor O'Malley like podcast AI things are so fucking funny. Because he does like a fake Joe Rogan podcast thing where he's like, did you know that our brainwaves are connected to rocks? And then it's like an AI video of like human brainwave going into shungite ore. It's very funny. That was when I like, yeah. When people were doing the thing of like, I saw these posts on Twitter. You'd think it was like Blue Sky of someone who was like, man, I really love Connor O'Malley. I'm just like so disappointed to see him use AI. And it's like, come on. Really, like, clearly there are some use cases here that justify whatever electricity usage is required for it, which this is clearly one of the few. One other one is also Charlie Kirk photos, of course. I know Imogen Heap loves AI killed. I feel like that makes sense. I feel like that tracks. Imogen Heap is like kind of like, I think that like she's probably chud coded. But she's just kind of quiet about it. Does that make sense? I feel like she's secretly a chud. Yeah, it's a bit of a Grimes situation in terms of, like, I see them as having very different, like, you know, she wasn't around Elon, so it's a different pipeline, but I feel like there's a similar potential there. This one is absurd. Makes sense in the context where reads like a reform take. The exclusion of British universities is linked to anxiety in the UAE over what it sees as the risk of Islamist radicalization. This does feel like a joke. I don't know, like, I'm trying to figure out whether it's like a chud-coded joke. Like whether this is like, I wouldn't say Babylon Bee because they're not like funny enough to think, or whether it's like an Onion joke where the punchline is that like British Muslims are like more radical, they have more radicalism than like Muslims from the UAE, from fucking Dubai. Like I'm not sure. Does anyone? Because I'm like, oh, is it funny? I don't know. It sounds like a joke that I would read, and I'm like, that's not. I don't know what the political. Is that a chud-coded joke? I think it maybe could be a chud-coded joke. Maybe it depends on who's making it. Like if a liberal Muslim is making the joke, you can see why it wouldn't be. Yeah, it could be, I think like it sounds like something that a reform voter would say as well. Too smart chuds don't think that hard deep. I think you're thinking of American chuds. There are many different types of chuds, I think. Or maybe maybe chud is like very specific to this American style. Like you've never had a conversation with like a Eastern European Slavic uncle who like has this entire incredibly in-depth, like broadly very in-depth understanding of the ethnogenesis of his nation, but then has like also also added on to that a bunch of like pseudo archaeology stuff, which is, you know, justifies why fucking the Serbians were actually the ones who built the pyramids. That's an account that I've been enjoying watching. They followed me back, so I assume it's like someone who's like where is it? This account followed me back, so I assume it's someone who's like doing a bit about it. But it's like this
dijalekata srpskog jezika koji su govorili razni narodi. I bio jedan dijalekt koji se zvao judejski, jevrejski. I Hristos je propovedao na tom dijalektu. No. Ali bato, to je srpski jezik.
So a guy who's saying that Hebrew is actually a dialect of Serbian.
Jevreji priznaju da je Stari Zavjet prvo bio napisan na srpskom.
Jews acknowledge that the Old Testament was first written in Serbian and then translated to Hebrew.
Na jevrejski.
You know, it's a guy who knows way, like, there definitely is like a type of chud guy who's like, I guess I wouldn't say like he has a lot of knowledge of archaeology.
Zato je ostalo u jevrejskom jeziku more srpskih reči.
Sea of untranslated words remain
Bilo je
in
više
Hebrew.
dijalekata srpskog jezika koji
Can I search by most? No, I don't think I can.
Japanske reči jesu srbizmi.
Japanese words are Serbisms.
Prešao sam
I love
750 napisanih stranica formata B5, ovog formata koji su obično moje knjige, i pokazao sam da ne postoji nijedna
not a single word in the Japanese
japanskom
language
jeziku koja nije srpska.
that isn't Serbian.
Ili nije
It's like Turnism, but it's instead of Turks, they're Serbs.
nastalo od srpske reči.
These aren't good examples because it's like, and then of course,
Trump je potomak
I love this lady.
Karla Velikog, Karlo Veliki, Aleksandra Makedonskog, ali imamo problem sa genetikom Aleksandra Makedonskog, za kog sam
The genetics of Alexander the Great, for whom I have found the data.
našla podatke da on zapravo nije sin,
He actually
a
isn't the son
Filipov,
of Philip.
nego je njegova mama petljala sa
His mother was
sveštenicima
mingling with
kulta
priests of the
sunca,
sun
znači
cult,
Atlantiđanima,
which is very like triple parentheses.
i s njima ostala trudna i rodila Filipa, Aleksandra Makedonskog, kojeg je podvalila Filipu.
Znači one kukavičije jaje.
Pa tako oni rade od početka.
That's how they operate
Dakle,
from the beginning. I think we know who they is.
Jeste linija sveštenika kulta sunca sa Atlantide, zato je iskorišćen kao Filipov sin da satre srpska plemena koja su vladala Azijom, da im zapali biblioteke i uništi istoriju srpsku. To je Aleksandar shvatio pri kraju, da je izmanipulisan. Trump je
Yeah, presumably Canadians. We are Charlie Serb. I mean, funny you mentioned that, actually.
Mi smo Charlie Kirk, nosimo plamen, borit ćemo se za evanđelje, poštovat ćemo njegovo ime. Mi smo Charlie Kirk, njegova hrabrost je naša, zajedno neslomljeni. Učinit ćemo nebo znati.
Of course, the accordion solo. The Charlie Kirk mural in Belgrade was awesome. Yes. No, someone was saying, I can't remember who it was. Like, was this like my sister's Serbian friend said that he heard someone playing the We Are Charlie Kirk song out loud on the bus in Serbia? He lasted 24 hours. That's funny. We are Charlie Kirk. We are Charlie Kirk, everyone. Charlie Kirk. It's catchy. It's catchy. We all have to agree that it's catchy. Absolutely. What else has been going on the internet? What have I been liking on Instagram? I don't know. I feel like there's so much more greater consequences for Instagram likes because they show up in other people's feeds. Oh, I've been liking old Simpsons clips. The Simpsons was so fucking funny, man.
Montgomery Burns.
No.
It's Montgomery Burns.
No. All right, maybe I did, but I didn't shoot him.
Checks out. Okay, sir, you're free to go.
Good, because I got a hot date tonight. Odd date. Dinner with Fred. Dinner alone. Watching TV alone. All right. I'm gonna sit at home and ogle the ladies in the Victoria's Secret catalog. See his catalog. Now, would you unhook this already, please?
Why? What happened? Oh, nothing. They're actually still goated. My favorite was the Bernie Bro joke that Lisa Simpson made. You guys remember that?
Diego, I know you are a socialist, whilst I am a lion of capitalism.
Yes, we hate the capitalists. Right now, a young socialist is being born who will take them down. Mr. Bernie Sanders. I hope he's quick about it.
Getting a cootie shot should not cost your lunch money. And if you don't listen to me, listen to the Bernie babies. What? Everybody's got goons. I disavow that and welcome it.
Killer. That's killer. That is a Family Guy cutaway gag, yeah. No, it's killer. It's great stuff. I watched a recent Family Guy episode and half the cutaways are product placements. What is that tweet like? There's a version of Family Guy that only like gay men and women have access to. That's like every episode is like various characters putting on different wacky outfits. That's a very good tweet. New Simpsons is insane state. It's real like, yeah, they really just gotta wrap it up, I feel like. Also, someone said I was a millennial. I've never actually sat down and watched old Simpsons. I only see clips of it on the internet that people upload. The one I've actually watched, Sir Bowman, thank you. I remember when I was younger going through like one of the like 1, 2, 3 movie, archive things of Family Guy. When I was like 12, it's like, oh, you got to go back to the old ones. They're the funniest ones. I really liked Futurama growing up as a kid. Didn't they try to remake it recently and they couldn't get the like guy who plays Bender? Yeah, Futurama's goated. I love the Nixon in Futurama. I think about him way too much. Whenever I think of a Nixon impression, it has to be the Futurama one. Like, I can't remember if I came up with this joke or if someone else did. That Richard III was the original Tricky Dick. Well, now I have to do the impression, and I don't want to. Oh, yeah. But it's just, now is the winter of our discontent in the Nixon voice. Which is a great punchline if you know how to do impressions, but I do not. Oh yeah, wasn't he on the Lolita Express? Yeah. You have to shake your head too much for that one. I don't like it. He was doing foot stuff. That was the goated Ben Garrison comic. Where it was like drawing him getting a foot massage from Lisa on the Lolita Express. It was killer. Did I tell you all that joke I made that I was proud of? Which is, what does a dog put in its salad? Arugula. That's definitely one that is like the joke equivalent of the Northern Lion like rage baiting someone with your real opinion, because I do love that joke so much. But I'm only saying it specifically specifically for the reaction. Sorry. I think it's great. I think it's hilarious. You know, I'm a lot like Norm Macdonald in the sense that I only make jokes for myself. And if you guys don't like it, that's fine. What was the...
That's fine. Adam has been bugging me all last night. He wants to ask this question. I said, don't ask the question.
Let's ask the question.
Well,
I've been watching you for years, and I've always been really curious. Where do you get your ideas from?
That wasn't the clip I wanted, but I love that so much. Where do you get your ideas from? No, I can't find it. That's fine. Is it this one?
I probably just drank myself.
I'm more of a beer drinker. IPAs. Oh, IPAs. What's that? International Pale Ales? That's India Pale Ale. India Pale Ales. What do you like to drink? Other than fucking jizz. I mean, what do you, what...
To death.
Is it this one?
You would drink yourself to death?
Probably.
Yeah. You've been thinking about your more...
I love the mention of Adam Egget in Norm Macdonald's. Did we watch that? The mention of Adam Egget in Norm Macdonald's like autobiography.
A lot lately, or?
Well, yeah. I mean, you turn 70, and it's you can't run from it.
Ah, fuck, I was hoping you could. You know where I differ from a lot of people? When I...
Really? Really? You're different from a lot of people.
When I have my funeral, you know?
Yeah.
And you know, most of these funerals, crying and sad and everything
This isn't
like that.
the one, but I have to. I
And
can't.
that's what I like, you know? I don't want... I've heard of other ones. Let's have a party. Whoa, whoa.
No party.
There'll be a lot of party days later. But right now, I'm dead.
The one I wanted to find was he said a horrible joke to Letterman, and then he's like, "I'm not coming back, Norm." Trump subpoenaed the Fed for criminal charges against Powell.
Good evening. On Friday, the Department of Justice served the Federal Reserve with grand jury subpoenas, threatening a criminal indictment related to my testimony before the Senate Banking Committee last June. That testimony concerned, in part, a multi-year project to renovate historic Federal Reserve office buildings. I have deep respect for the rule of law and for accountability in our democracy. No one, certainly not the chair of the Federal Reserve, is above the law. But this unprecedented action should be seen in the broader context of the administration's threats and ongoing pressure. This new threat is not about my testimony last June or about the renovation of the Federal Reserve buildings. It is not about Congress's oversight role. The Fed, through testimony and other public disclosures, made every effort to keep Congress informed about the renovation project. Those are pretexts. The threat of criminal charges is a consequence of the Federal Reserve setting interest rates based on our best assessment of what will serve the public, rather than following the preferences of the president. This is about whether the Fed will be able to continue to set interest rates based on evidence and economic conditions, or whether instead monetary policy will be...
You guys are so cooked. Yeah, I mean, I'd like that Trump is like maximizing, like, what decision can we do to hurt the stock market the most, possibly?
directed.
It's fascism. I mean, fascism is always fucking stupid.
It is...
But they're getting the order
It's
wrong.
not about Congress's oversight role. The Fed, through testimony and other public disclosures...
You can only molest the money after you seize power completely. If you do it before, people
made
don't
every
want you to
effort
be in
keep
power
Congress
anymore.
informed about the renovation project. Those are pretexts. The threat of criminal charges is a consequence...
Yeah, that's... Someone said, "We will rape, kill, and die for Jerome H. Powell." Okay. I'm trying to think of the worlds where groypers are so negatively polarized against Trump that they become like Jerome Powell guy. Because the kill, rape, and die thing is like, it's like the Nick Fuentes. Yeah, I mean, that's... Donald Trump right now. The aftermath of removing a non-load-bearing wall. Yeah. Sure, I mean... There is, I will say, like, the bright side of the story is that, like, look, if the economy was doing well right now, the American public would love fascism. The American public would be like, it's time to do fascism. We're finally going to do it. Fascism. Can you believe it? Fascism. Just a week away. Like, that's really the one thing that is actually stopping them, is if you can't have your treats when there's fascism, which is a broader structural problem, because, like, well, this state of affairs isn't... American liberal democracy has no way of repairing, of getting out of this state of affairs, where if a fascist leader is like, hey, you can have your treats, and then also there aren't going to be elections anymore, that enough of the population will be like, that's cool. I like that you're upping the violence. That is still going to be the case. Have I been listening to Chapo? A little bit. I listened to their Maduro episode, and I know that they suggested the possibility that, like, there are parts of Maduro's government that were basically just like, come and kidnap him, and then we'll give you sweet, an oil deal or whatever, and we can just kind of be an American proxy, so you don't have to deal with this anymore. Which, maybe, I don't know. I do think they probably just nabbed him. I guess it kind of doesn't matter. Okay, Jerome Powell edits.
Good afternoon.
That's fine. I've seen better. What is the NAS doesn't really care about that, I guess. The Nasdaq is not down at all. What is the S&P 500 is also... Oh, well, it closed at 4, I guess, which is when they released it after this, so I don't know. Some old guy sold him out for a payout. Right. E-minis S&P 500. Has there been a dip? Or is that not enough? Is it like people are just so bored? Monday morning is going to be wild. One thing I saw that was interesting was that Exxon said that they didn't want to invest in Venezuela. They were like, it's not a stable investment. So it's like, we're not even like, Mortadella, thank you. I saw someone say that it's like this, they're doing the invasion for like oil superstructure, not the oil base. It's like the concept of oil, the broader structure around, not actually getting the oil physically. Exxon doesn't want more oil pumped. No one wants to go in there when a random fucking tweet can change the entire foreign policy of the country. I mean, presumably if Maduro was just like sold out by old guard, then Trump does have some sort of influence, but obviously not in terms of like actual... Not like... obviously like Iraq level influence, which is I think what people were talking about. Oddly enough, we're talking about like as a foregone conclusion. Yeah, it's not... Okay, I wanted to watch the mention of Adam Egget from... I can't remember if I watched this before.
Adam Egget always wears a suit.
This is Norm Macdonald's autobiography.
A suit a poor man thinks a rich man wears. He's a man who acts like a big shot, but he knows I know what he is. He was a small fry when I met him, and he's a small fry now. I've known him for a right smart spell since my days at SNL in New York City, New York. That's where I found him, making a living underneath the Queensboro Bridge, jerking off punks for $15 a man. He said he was 18 at the time, and he looked considerably younger. But he had a car, so I made him my assistant. I figured I'd let him work at 30 Rockefeller Center, where his job was to do whatever it was I said, to make all my wishes real. He was good at it. Some men are just born to do other men's bidding, and Adam Egget is such a man. It's a gift that pocketed him plenty in the shadow of the bridge, and he can wear his big man suit and order around waitresses and busboys all he wants. But it doesn't impress me one bit. Like I said before, I know what he is, and he knows that I know it.
Beautiful. What a beautiful way of being memorialized. Anyway, Bloomberg dollar spot index, the 2-year yield is where I'm looking to see if there's any serious fear of Fed independence breakdown. Is there any reflection? I guess it's hard to know until Monday, right? $15 a man. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, we didn't talk about Iran, I guess. We talked about it a bit before. I don't know. I think it's complicated. Isn't that what I said before? That's complicated. This does feel like it's like the 7th. This is the protest that's going to destroy the Islamic Republic of Iran, like, moments. So maybe that's why some people are jaded to that concept. I really couldn't tell you. I do feel like the Islamic Republic of Iran, it's similar to Assad in the sense that it's like, well, I mean, if it got toppled, it would probably be worse. More than likely. But I can't say that I feel bad for the leadership, which is deeply evil. But it's probably not a good thing. I mean, the nuance that's actually important is, like, it's clear that there are people in Iran, like, you are allowed is a silly term to use, because it's not up to us or not. It's like the discourse about, like, unveiling Iranian women, this intersection of, like, oh, it's feminist, but then also, well, secularization was always used as a in the West during colonization as, like, a imperialist discourse, right? Then it's like, well, if Iranian women are saved, they're going to do it because of they're saving themselves. It's not going to be from the fucking West. But it is important to state, like, I don't know if I said this, but, like, the Iranian state has killed a lot of leftists. They're quite fond of killing leftists. They've done it quite a bit. So it is funny to see when people don't make the analysis that it's like, well, this is, like, actually an enemy to socialism and communism in the region. But, like, I mean, it's a counterweight to Israel, and just seeing it go and then having no other change other than that is presumably worse off. I mean, it depends on the specific conditions of how it were to be toppled, the state would have been toppled. But again, you see the prediction that the West would be quite fond of immediately filling that power vacuum. They would jump on that. In which case, again, like, they're not going to be saving Iranian women either. Like, that is not going to be the thing that the West does. That's not their, especially a Trump state, is not. That's not what's going to happen. But also, Yeah, I don't. It's not as if everyone on the street is like a guy who's paid by Trump and funded by the CIA. Oh God, the fact that they're pushing. I mean, that's the a show of the future, I guess. Although, like, the Shaw isn't coming back. I'm sorry, he's completely sauceless. It's funny, like it is like he even looks like his fucking evil dad. Or is it grandfather? Like the resemblance there. It's like, yeah, no, remember that guy who put 100 billion people in prison? He is the Iranian Wido. That was this Iranian guy I knew who like was basically his foreign policy position was like, I'm pro whatever destroys the Islamic Republic. What was that? He said that the Shah is like no sauce. Like everyone fucking doesn't like him. I don't think Trump cares for him either. Yeah, for Pahlavi, he's like, no, it's motionless. There's support for protests around protests in Paris, and there are Israeli flags in there. I mean, I'm sure. There are supports for the protests in Vancouver, or maybe I'm sure there has been like recent, but there's Iranian diaspora protests in Vancouver because there's a lot of Iranians in Vancouver. And they have the fucking monarchist flag, and it's like, it's Israel and then the Pahlavi portrait. Like, yeah, no, there's many, so insert joke about Persian diaspora, but I don't know. You mean Persian? Oh, is that a joke? Is it because they're like, I'm not Iranian, I'm Persian. I didn't realize the politics of that distinction. It was like, it was the shift in like, what was that? The 70s, the 80s? You thought I was Persian? Do I look Persian? I can't say that I agree. I don't think that that's an insult, obviously. I don't think that it's true. Thinking I'm Finnish. I could see that one. My sister has like Serbians, it's like a 50-50 that like either you can tan a lot or you can't. And my sister like tans quite a bit. And she was telling me that people like Persians in Vancouver will think she's Persian. If she's got the tan, if she's like been out a lot. But not me. I don't tan at all. I don't think anyone's mistaking me. I don't think anyone thinks that I'm Persian. Iranians have brown hair and Persians have blonde hair and blue. That is it is weird, like some of the like, oh, it doesn't let me on Truth Social. I've been blocked. I'm unable to access Truth Social. Wow. All Serbs and Persians remain in the same lab in Atlantis. That's true. By Yakub, of course. Acting president. He's like shitposting fascism. Acting president of Venezuela. Because again, like this isn't actually. They're getting in a part of the Maduro government infrastructure that is just like pliant to whatever. That doesn't think fighting is worth it. That's like the best case scenario of American influence in Venezuela, right? Anyway, what was I gonna say? I can't remember. Oh yeah, I mean there is no support, as far as I'm aware, there is no support domestically in Iran for the group of people who oppose the Islamic Republic for bringing back the Shah. Like that's a diaspora thing. Which makes sense because it's it's the diaspora that were like a certain portion of the diaspora that left because of the Islamic Republic did so because they were loyal to that state. I don't know. As I said before, I couldn't tell you whether this actually destroys the Iranian state, but it is just not looking good. They're in a really bad position geopolitically, even not counting the protests. My understanding, one of the big differences I think of this recent wave has been that it's less about the reformist section of within the Overton window of the Republic and more people saying we don't want this form of state to exist. It's not like a request for less influence from hardliners. It's no, we don't want any of this, which does, I think. And again, if you were, yeah, it's not crazy to imagine why a lot of people would think that in Iran, even if you could say well, it's hard to imagine the alternative being especially better. Or likely being better. People don't necessarily revolt because they think it's gonna work. What is the thing Deleuze talks about that I mean it's the distilled version of that is that the post or one of the dialogue options in Disco Elysium of oh, you're saying we shouldn't build communism because it's never worked? Well, love hasn't worked. We're gonna stop doing that. That people don't necessarily revolt because there is an intelligible path forward following that revolt, that it's possible, even if it's proved again, even if it was proved again and again and again that revolt doesn't work, people would still do it. Because that is power is rigid and it breaks. China kind of worked. I mean, not in the sense that they wanted it to, but it doesn't stop people from doing it. Yeah, but so I don't know. Can you blame them? Certainly can't blame some portion of them. Statement of the Workers' Council of Iraq, all power to the councils. The workers of governments in Kurdistan. For decades, our demands for bread have been answered with bullets and our demands for dignity with prison, but today the silence has come to an end. We, the workers of Iraq's factories, declare the following. Workplace control, action for the community. Ultimatum to the regime, any attempt to forcibly enter the industrial complexes or to arrest our representatives will be considered a declaration of war against the entire city. It was January 11th. So yeah, I mean, I don't know. That's what's always just revealing about that it really is a good example of what campism means. That it's not just saying well, I hope that Iran is a counterbalance to Israel geopolitically. It's less than I do, but being I love the Islamic Republic of Iran and I want to give them a hug and a kiss, and I am engaging with them in friendly terms. Well, I don't know. I don't think that you want communism or socialism. It's just like a weird Manichaean view. The Israeli government has been caught carrying out a massive AI-generated fake bot campaign aimed at regime change in Iran, installing Reza Pahlavi as Shah. It's so weird, like the resemblance to his grandfather, which I guess that's all you're going off of. The fact that they're going in on fucking Pahlavi. Yeah, bro, you look like that guy that sucks. Which I guess that's all he's got going on though. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. You'll never stop people from revolting. Guess the thing is, Iran isn't like actually especially pro-trans. Iran is pro-trans in the way that Ray Blanchard is. They're using that actual particular discourse. A lot of the early... Who's Ray Blanchard? Don't worry about it, actually. If you don't know now... that whole discourse isn't in part taken from medical transphobia. Like, the trans women who were given access to medical transition in like the 60s and 70s, the main idea was like, well, you have these like gay men who are not doing well because homophobia is very bad in this period, and like you can transition them into straight women basically, and that was why a part of like being able to get access to like hormones and treatment was like contingent upon like working. Like, do you have a steady job and you're not doing sex work? It's like you want to make this population productive. And like because the TERFs will be like, oh, you see, this is like the essence of transness. It was always connected with this problematic. But it's like, well, no, that's a certain group of trans women working within the constraint and having an oppositional relationship with them to at least gain some out, because that's the only a reliable source that you can get this sort of treatment from, this care from, especially access to surgeries. That's why you look like a lot of the research I did for Science and Transition, the podcast series about this. You look in these like manuals, these textbooks by these doctors, in like the 60s, they'll have like a whole section about like straight men who have sex with trans women, straight men who, like these instances, because I mean obviously it's like revealing about their psyche and why they're getting into this, but also it's like important that that's possible because they want to allow them to integrate in that specific way. That's quite important. But I mean, it is just kind of that discourse. Also, like, the surgeries these girls are getting in Iran are real bad. It's really poor treatment. And, like, there's a lot of discrimination. It's not just... I'm fairly certain the mainstream interpretation as well is that you can't actually change your sex. You'd have to be able to... Like it's possible, but only if you were able to get a transplant for the internal genitalia as well. So if you were to get a womb, but if you can't, then the mainstream interpretation in Iran is not woke, as they would say. It's just a very different discourse, but still one that is like far from ideal. Iran has great cosmetic surgeons. I mean, it's very different. I don't know what that has to do with the thing I said. Anyway. Do they actually claim we're Venezuelans? I mean, I'm sure they do. I mean, well, yes, certainly. I think that there's certainly people who claim that as a bad thing. Like, comma, it's bad. I'm sure there are people who are dumb enough to do the comma, it's good. I'm sure there are. I bought foundation again. Because I'm like, I want to be less lazy. I'm still not good at putting on foundation. I don't understand, like, is it supposed to look not that great close up? Because I've definitely noticed some people when they wear makeup, I'm like, oh, close up, this is a bit kind of splotchy. But, you wouldn't say it, but like, it's a rude thought to have. Everyone, it's fine to have rude thoughts as long as you don't voice them. I guess this is me voicing the rude thought, but it's anonymous. Have I found a match? I think so. Is it not right enough for my skin tone? Is that like a... I look fine here. But if you look up, like, I have my mirror. If I like, it's like, well, I don't know. And I got the mirror. Is that normal? I don't know. Super small amounts and rub in with fingers. Have you seen human skin under a spyglass? You can't be. No, you gotta go, brother. Try powders? Want zero pores? That's not quite it. It's like splotchy though. Like it's like uneven. I don't know how to... I don't know. I think my skin is like already pretty even, maybe. I feel like I don't really have that many blemishes. So it might not be as useful. I don't know. It's hard to say. I'll probably call it here. It's been 4 hours. I'm tired. I'm still hungover. I'm sorry, chat. You should follow my Discord. It'll ping you when I go live. Very maple takes.
Just a very thought.
Oops. Sorry, I'm very sleepy today. Bye. We'll be watching Drew Pavlo. Let's go.